Good morning, still, my MGTOW brothers. One more thing to do. Be right back. Now we can go.
What's happening?
It's a beautiful day for a drive.
Well, you might as well go on one then. It's a
Yeah,
beautiful day to cook some breakfast.
I hear you. And what type of bacon and eggs are we having today?
We're having some eggs, but I'm having some garlic sausage
Ooh, sausage. Fancy.
cut up into more manageable. It was one of those big, long sausages.
Oh, yeah, I've heard there's some people that like those.
I've heard. So I steamed them for a bit, and then I cooked them in some butter and some coconut oil, fried them, and they weren't getting done very quick, so I just threw them in the air fryer to crisp them up a little bit.
Ah, my second ex-wife had a completely different use for coconut oil.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well, it's too much information.
not really.
She used it to make a coconut cream pie when she cream pied you. Is that what you're talking about?
Oh no, no, no! I did the cream pie. And what I was
Oh,
talking about was she used it for suntan lotion,
ah,
and she also put it in her hair.
I worked with a guy at a car lot right out of high school. We were lot dogs at this Toyota dealership,
Yeah.
and that dude put baby oil in his hair. It's like, because I looked at him one day and I said, "What do you have in your hair?" And he goes, "Baby oil." And I said, "Why do you put baby oil?" "Oh, it keeps your hair soft and it doesn't tangle up," because he had longer hair.
Right.
He was a weird dude. I thought, yeah, and he always wore a ball cap anyway. So it's like he had this hair. He had like shoulder length hair, but he always had it just pulled back and then a ball cap on top of. And I thought, damn, that ball cap's got to have a lot of baby oil in it.
Oh, you know it did.
Ugh. So,
And the second ex also liked it in her bum. So,
ah,
but you knew it was going to go there.
yeah.
But her favorite was vitamin E oil.
In her butt?
Yeah,
Okay.
she said it felt better.
Uh-huh.
Never been fucked in the ass. I wouldn't know.
Uh, I'd probably have to take her word for that.
Yeah.
and it healed up the lesions that were created.
I guess so.
Ugh. Speaking of lesions, hey, Hammy.
No, it was speaking of long sausage. Hey, Hemi.
Nah,
Nah, this is
nah.
little chunked up sausage. Hey, Hammy.
What are
Well,
you two sodomites up to today?
oh, just making some breakfast. It's gonna be like 100 degrees here today.
100 degrees.
Yeah.
Ugh,
It
no
it
thanks.
was 103 yesterday, but there was a 25-mile-an-hour wind coming straight out of the west with a 103-degree temperature. Your
Wow.
sweat didn't even drip. It just come down, and as soon as you'd feel a sweat drop, it'd evaporate.
All righty.
Easy to get heat stroke and that stuff because you don't know if you're actually sweating or not.
You pass your rock yet?
No, it's gonna go away on Thursday.
I was hoping it would come out on its own before then.
No, I've been hoping too, but unless I wouldn't have felt it taking a piss, but I think I'd feel a quarter-inch freaking stone coming out.
So I think you know.
It's it hasn't hurt for a few days, but I think it's probably has gotten lodged in that one tube because it hasn't rolled back into the kidney for about 4 days. But I can still feel a little bit of ache. So
Yeah, you wouldn't want it to get septic.
yeah, it's not restricting anything, so my kidney isn't getting damaged. It's still passing urine.
No,
So
but if you fucking poked a hole in the fucking lining of that fucker, and
yeah,
the piss got everywhere, that'd give you a septic fucking infection in your guts. That would suck.
yeah, you might not make it out of that one. I see that YouTube took down Dak's proclamation of love for Miss Elite because it went against community standards. But that fucking bitch can put out deals calling Hammerhand's minor child a faggot and if show a picture of him.
Yeah,
That doesn't go against community guidelines?
it's almost like there's rules for thee, but not for me.
Huh, almost. I finally figured out what she looked like, and I made a comment about it. She looks like a melting bowling pin.
Ah, well, do you remember that game, Hungry Hungry Hippos?
Oh, yeah.
She looks like the cover art on there, in my opinion.
She's on a diet, though. That's seafood.
Yeah, she sees it and she eats it. I've
Yeah.
actually, the funny thing is, I've actually eaten in that fucking restaurant.
Is that a real picture of her, or is that her mama? Since she likes to dox people so much.
Well, that was always up for debate.
That's kind of what I thought.
Some people swear it's her, some people said it's her mom. I'm going to go with it's her for now just because it's fucking a very unflattering photo, to say the
Well,
least.
I'm sure the Oompa Loompa doesn't roll far from the tree.
Yeah. Well, what do they say? You know, you're gonna marry her. You're gonna marry her mom.
Yeah, you always want to kind of look at them, look at their mom, and see what they look like.
Yeah, I didn't hear that little bit of wisdom until after I got married to my first wife. Hey,
You were bamboozled.
I was bam. I was. I was. It didn't. You know, the end product didn't look like the fucking showroom model. She swole up like a tick when she got knocked up.
Her mom or your ex-wife?
Well, the mom was already swole up.
Oh, okay. So where are you heading today?
I'm going to. Where the fuck am I going? Um, Mount Vernon, Missouri. It's about 2.5 hours up there, and about the same back.
Well, you were already driving today, weren't you?
Yep, I got up and started driving at 4:30. Already did one stream, and we're gonna have a regular stream till about what 11:30 or 12:30. I can't remember what time, anyways.
And then you're going to nerd out.
Yeah.
Well, I hope you win.
Thanks. Well, Grinch would have to shop at this fireworks stand. They have Godzilla.
Well, at least it's not Cuntzilla.
Yeah.
There's another grocery store that makes their own homemade garlic sausage, and it's better than this one. This store's made, but it's also an hour drive away.
Do they got Dagos?
I have no idea what they got working in the back.
Gotta have Dagos if you want good garlic sausage.
Well, if they make Hispanic Dagos, then they probably got it.
Uh, no, they don't make Hispanic Dagos.
Oh, okay. Hey, oh, hey, senor.
God, I went to the fucking Walmart Supercenter there in Oklahoma City last night. Rang the bell. Say, nobody fucking answered the door. So I walked around into the store, walked into the fucking warehouse. First girl I talked to, fucking Somali, couldn't fucking
Oh,
speak, couldn't fucking speak English. Second person I talked to, a Mexican guy. He couldn't speak English. Walked past the HR department. Fucking double fucking rainbow flagged.
Nice.
Finally found an old black guy about my age and was able to get my questions answered. Nobody else working there fucking spoke English. In Oklahoma City.
Maybe ICE should get a call.
Yeah, but they got their fucking rainbow on.
ICE doesn't care about the rainbow.
Make deportation great again.
We have in this state quite a few Somalis have come in. They ran all the Mexicans out of the meatpacking plants, and Muslims went into them. Which I don't understand how they obviously aren't working at the pork plants.
I don't know about that. They, as long as they don't eat it, I guess that'd be all right for them.
Well, I wouldn't think they would want to touch those unclean swine at all. So they got prayer mats, and they got this room that they had to designate as a prayer room so they can go have a break every couple hours and
Pray.
do their thing. There was a huge meatpacking plant in Omaha that just got raided. Did you see that on the news?
Yeah, and the guy was like crying because
77 people, I think it was.
yeah, now he had to fucking hire a whole new crew.
I heard that there was people waiting the next day. There was the waiting room was full of American citizens applying for the job. I don't know if that's true or not. Golf course?
No, bitch on her phone.
You know, if people don't want to work in meatpacking plants, U.S. citizens, then have the jails and the prisons make inmates work there. You just have to make sure you got all the knives at the end of the shift. And I know lots of people around here that when they were getting out of high school and stuff, and this was Hispanic, white, black, it doesn't matter. They all worked at the meatpacking plant at one time or another. A lot of people.
Fuck, I worked at the meatpacking plant for a while near my house. I was cleaning up one summer. That was a disgusting job. Nothing like 105 degrees and fucking squeegee and congealed blood off the fucking concrete floor. Yeah.
The sausage is tasting good.
It was a fucking old school place, man. They did fucking cows, pigs, chickens, and turkey.
Oh, butchering chickens when they scald them, to pluck them. God, they stink.
They had a fucking drum this fucking rotating drum with these fucking bristles going a million miles an hour.
Yeah.
They toss them in there and they'd come out plucked.
My brother-in-law made a homemade one out of a piece of PVC pipe, and he hooked his DeWalt drill up to it, and then he took some rubber bungee cords and cut them and stuck them through some holes he cut into that, and made a homemade chicken plucker, and it actually worked pretty good.
Oh, cool.
Used a DeWalt drill as the power source. You had to be careful though, because if you leaned in a little too hard on that thing, it would start ripping the skin.
Mm.
They had to be a little more gentle. The chickens didn't seem to care. They didn't complain.
Yeah.
He would take them. He had 2 nails stuck in the top of a stump, and he'd stick the chicken's head between those 2 nails and stretch his neck out a little bit, and then he'd chop them. And he had these 2-gallon, I think they were 2 or 3 gallon buckets, looked like little planters.
Yeah.
And he'd just chop their head off, and he'd throw them upside down, or head first, or where it used to be their head, into those buckets so they wouldn't hit the ground and start running. They just bleed out in those buckets, and then we dip them. We had a propane turkey fryer going with water in it, boiling them. Yeah, I had a terrible hangover, and we were butchering chickens the next morning on a bad hangover.
We had an upside down funnel. Well, I guess the funnel was right side up, but we put the chicken in the funnel upside down. Its fucking head sticking out.
I use an old traffic cone.
Oh yeah, that would work.
Yeah, I've got a traffic cone nailed to the tree upside down. And I just plop them in the traffic cone and pull their head out the bottom. You know the rest.
Yep, works for ducks too.
Yeah, ducks and chickens. Once their weight is all on top of them like that, they're stuck in the funnel. They can't pop out.
Yeah, it's not like they have very good arms to pull himself out with.
No. And then I just drain them there on the tree.
Yeah, ours was nailed to a fucking one of the posts in a pole barn.
So you're saying your tree of liberty was watered in blood?
Yes.
In the blood of poultry.
Yeah, the blood of poultry.
The blood of poultriots.
Foul blood.
Yeah, and the dogs would all be fucking standing around. They knew what was coming.
Give me a piece. Give me a piece. Give me a piece. Come on. Give me a piece.
Fuck, they'd lick up the blood.
Oh. I've been on a chipmunk murdering rampage lately. Fucking the past 2 days I've got over 8 chipmunks in these traps here. Fuck. They're stealing all my strawberries. Little bastards.
So how are you cooking them?
Yeah. Air fryer.
Nice. I got usually chipmunks are really small.
Yeah.
You go into Montana and go up by Red Lodge, Montana, and go up Beartooth Pass. And at the top there is a visitor center. And you're basically right on the top of the mountain, and it's just like granite rock all the way down. They've got these chipmunks there that people feed. They are the biggest chipmunks I've ever seen. They look like a normal chipmunk, have the same black and white stripes. They look just identical to a chipmunk, but they're as big as a fucking gray squirrel. And they're a chipmunk.
I'm growing big out here.
Well, they live down in these rocks, and people walk out to these overlooks. I handed a half a bag of fucking cashews to these ones, man. They come right up to you. I mean, right up to you.
Cashews,
Some of them
they're expensive. What the fuck?
Some of them would take them right out of your hand, and then they fill their cheeks up. Then they run down through them rocks like you shot them out of a slingshot. It's amazing how they can run through those big rocks. And then they go stash them, and then here he come again. But I was like, those are the biggest fucking chipmunks I've ever seen in my life. Some of them were so fucking fat.
How fat were they?
Well, when a chipmunk's belly's hitting the ground when he's walking, that's a fat chipmunk. They got fed sunflower seeds, peanuts. I had some cashews. I gave them some cashews. They really like those. But I imagine in the wintertime, they either have to really come down the mountain, or they just have burrows under all these boulders and they just hibernate. They live pretty good off of their fat. Because they'll get 8 feet of snow up there.
They're not really migratory. You know, you never hear about the great chipmunk migration or anything like that.
Yeah. So they must have some really well-stocked dens under those rocks. Because it'd be nothing to get 8 to 10 feet of snow up there on top of them in the winter. But these were like Boone and Crockett frickin' chipmunks. I've never seen one so big. These would run off with your trap, Hemi.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I'd come knock on the door. It's like, hey, can you use fresh peanut butter, fucker?
I opened one of the traps and the little bastard was still alive. He's still warm.
You want to see a good video on chipmunks and squirrels? This guy shoots them in his backyard. He lives in, I think, Pennsylvania. And the channel is called Ed Gun Leshy. It's EDGUNLESHY. And check out some of his videos because he has slow-mo cameras. He uses painted pellets. He's got some air rifles that shoot 9mm pellets, and he's hitting these squirrels right between the fucking eyes with these 9mm pellets, and he's got some 30 caliber pellets and shit. God, it's pretty brutal.
I'm watching one of these guys do rat control on farms over in England, and that's what he does.
Oh yeah,
he gets the night vision on his fucking air rifle, and just fucking one after another. You just see the little helicopter tail spin. Yep, they got another one.
Well, this guy also shoots skunks and raccoons with pellet guns in his yard. He has this it looks like a bird feeder, but it's set up for squirrels, and it has a little seat in it, and he calls it table for one. And they'll sit on it and be eating peanuts or sunflower seeds, and oh man, just having a hell of a good time. He'll pop one, and it won't be 2 minutes later, and another fucker comes rolling in there to grab a bite.
Yeah. Up here, you can't get a pellet gun that shoots more than 500 foot per second without a firearms license.
Oh my God!
All of the pellet guns without a firearms license, they would just annoy a raccoon. Basically, they wouldn't fucking drop it.
Shit, I can go down to Cabela's and buy a pellet gun with no paperwork because they don't have any registration or anything for pellet guns. I can go to Cabela's and buy one that shoots 1,500 feet a second for $125.
Yeah,
I've never
that's
heard
what
of
I
a
was
fucking
looking
license
for.
for a pellet gun before.
Yeah, they don't care whether it's a pellet gun or if it uses gunpowder or what, as long as it's about the feet per second.
That's ridiculous.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I wanted to get one of these 22 pellet guns that shot. I think it was 12 or 1,300, and you got to get a PAL for it.
You got to get a permit. God, oh
Yeah.
my God.
Yeah,
Jesus, that's crazy.
license.
I want to get one
Canada.
shoots about under 1,000 feet a second. That way it's subsonic because at my elevation, 950, 980 is about the sound barrier. So if you get one about 900 feet a second, it'll still kill cats. It'll still kill varmints, but it won't make near as much noise. It won't crack like a 22.
Yeah, I mean, the guy was shooting raccoons with a pellet gun.
Oh yeah.
Oh geez, raccoons are pretty tough. They're pretty tough.
These pellet guns are 9mm and 30 caliber. So you're talking 30 caliber and 35 caliber.
That's yeah.
And they use compressed air. So
it's not like a Daisy BB gun. It's pretty serious.
No, it ain't like your old Red Ryder with a compass in the stock and a thing that tells time.
Right. I've had some
BB guns that you could physically see the BB fly through the air.
Yep. I have like it's a brake action. You pump it once with you break it, put a thing in, and yeah, you can actually see it just flying. It's pretty crazy. It's not going very fast, but it does hit pretty hard actually. I don't know if you could actually injure something with it or not, but but I was going to tell you, I had to kill a raccoon. He was sick, right? And I shot this some bitch like 4 times with a 45, and he still didn't die. It's like Jesus, they're tough. Guess next time a shotgun, probably.
I shot a porcupine one time with a 357 4 times, and I came back an hour later, and he was gone. And I didn't see any drag marks. I didn't see any blood. So I don't know if an eagle or something swooped down and grabbed him, or if he just fucking was too tough and crawled off.
Yeah, I don't. It's really well. I mean, this raccoon he couldn't go anywhere. He was. They get distemper, believe it or not, just like your cat does. And it resembles rabies, but it isn't. But it's similar, right? But it doesn't affect humans, but it gets the animals. And yeah, this guy was sick. He was having trouble.
I hit one in the back of the head. Fucking eyes popped out.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Jeez. I actually kind of like raccoons. They're all right.
Did you name that raccoon Marty Feldman?
I should have, but he didn't live through it.
Mr. Funny Pants over there. So, Hammy, did you enjoy that woman and her drunk activity? Jeez. Just did one, Brandon. It was.
I always enjoy your
gentle little tiny little woman, and she was refused the breath test, everything. So, oh God! Everyone becomes a lawyer.
Refusing the tests is not a bad idea.
No, breath test, not the other one.
You can refuse all of them.
Refuse all.
Then
tests.
they have to get a warrant to get your blood, and by then you might be under the limit.
You're sobered up, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think
Kansas,
that's what she was trying to do.
Yeah, in Kansas, if you refuse it, it's an automatic suspicion. You get charged with suspicion instead of the actual DUI. But
Nebraska's it's an automatic fail.
Yeah, and you lose your license for a year.
Yeah.
But you can take that to court, and if you happen to that blood test is under the legal limit, they got to drop those charges.
Yeah, I I don't know anything. I'm not a lawyer, but they said on the video that they could suspend her license for up to 20 years for refusing. That's pretty harsh.
I doubt that.
Yeah.
That's what the guy said.
Yeah. Well, cops can lie to you.
That's true. That's true.
Cops have every right to lie to you, but as soon as you lie to them, now it's a felony.
Yeah, well, I mean, this guy was reading from a script, so I don't know if it's true.
No.
He could have been lying, but who knows? But yeah, I've heard of a year automatic suspension, but up to 20 years, man, that would suck. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what it is here in Missouri. I'm sure it's a year if you don't give it that blow.
Hamster, are you moving back to Colorado?
Yes, sir.
What are you thinking?
Well, I like it there. I don't know. It's I mean, if you got to live near a big city, I guess Denver is not the worst place.
Oh,
Getting bad.
It's turning bad.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm not going to live in Denver, but in the area. Yeah. So, really fucking expensive too. Jeez.
Same company, or are you getting a different job?
I don't want to say too much, but yeah.
Yeah. But yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's the same company with a different job, or it's a different company with the same job. One of the two.
Something like that. Yeah. So, yeah. So yeah, that's going to happen like within I suppose a month or so. 6 weeks.
When did they start making electronic fucking clown shoes, man?
Oh. All right. All right, mister. But yeah, I mean, we were just looking. Apparently, the housing prices in Denver have fallen quite a bit, but they're still fucking enormous. It's crazy. $750,000 for a starter house or something. It's like, come on.
Yeah, that's stupid.
Nobody can afford it.
You can.
No, I can't afford that. No, sir. What would your payment be for $750? That'd be like what, $10,000 a month or something? I don't know what it would be. It's expensive.
But it'd be at least probably $6,500, $7,000.
It used to be you could kind of guess by 1% ish, but I think it's higher now. Yeah, it's at least we know it's at least 7, right?
Yeah,
probably 8 or 9. Jesus, could you even imagine?
Do you imagine paying $70,000 a year for your house payment?
That's a lot. That's a lot. Well, I was looking. Get this. I was looking at some place in Colorado Springs, right? And, it's a right,
Right.
and it's it's a modular, but it's $240, and I thought, well, that doesn't. Maybe
What's that? A mobile home?
It's like a mobile home, but it's moved once, kind of.
It doesn't show up on
wheels. In a
trailer.
You gonna live in a trailer, Hamster?
Yeah. Well, I mean, if it was the right price, who knows? But here's the deal: is your lot rent and your HOA is like $1,000 a month.
Jesus.
Yeah. It's like, are you kidding me? Come on now. No.
Plug your ears. Plug your ears. This is for Sergeant Grinch. Welcome to misery, motherfuckers!
All right.
Going
to Missouri, are you? Yeah.
Hey, Hamster, since you're old,
yeah,
there is a trailer court that's 55 and older up on like 102nd and I-25.
Oh, great. right on the interstate. That'd be perfect.
Well, it's a few blocks away from the interstate. It's down over the hill.
But still, it's close enough where you're hearing traffic all the time.
But it's for old folks. You guys can't hear anyways.
What? I'm sorry. What was that? I didn't hear you.
Yeah.
So
exactly.
So I don't know what I'm going to do. That just The problem is you gotta, you could theoretically commute, but that's kind of a pain in the ass too. What is it? About 45 minutes from northern Colorado Springs to South Denver, something like that.
It's
Maybe an
80
hour.
miles from Denver to Colorado Springs from downtown Denver.
No, I'm talking south side of Denver. So
Yeah.
south side to the north side of Colorado Springs, probably about an hour, I guess.
Yeah.
So.
And in the wintertime, or if they have a wreck on I-25.
Oh yeah, I know. Well, a buddy of mine was saying, "Oh yeah, you got to look for Monument Pass." I'm like, "Monument Pass? I never realized there was a pass there, but I guess it gets nasty in the winter."
Yeah, it's
What
not
is it?
like what you normally think of. It's not like going from
right
down
not
into
like Wolf Creek
Raton
Pass or something.
Yeah.
But it's what is that? Parker Divide or what is that called? Parker Divide? It's like that high ridge that goes east and west there. I think it's Parker Divide.
Yeah, old boss I had lived up in Parker.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
He had bought a house like 40 years ago, so he could actually afford it. That's all Johnson County, which is the most expensive taxed county in Colorado, I believe.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right.
Castle Rock isn't too bad, and there's actually that back highway that goes out of Castle Rock. You don't even have to take 25.
Yeah, there's like 85, I think, is the road.
Yeah, you can take that, and if you're towards the south side of Denver, that actually isn't too bad. There are traffic lights on it, though. I think the max speed on it's 55 or something like that, but then there are traffic lights.
Yeah, but I mean, 25 is always kind of a pain in the ass. But I never take 25 through Denver. I always take 470. So just pay the toll and be done with it. What is it? A few bucks? I don't even know. So, but yeah, Castle Rock. I mean, there's some apartments there. I might pick one of those. I don't know. We'll see.
You want cheaper living in that area, go east on 70 and head out towards Lyman. There ain't shit out there.
That's true. but then you have to drive too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, 70 east is. Sorry?
Well, 70 where it fucking joins up with fucking 225 or whatever, or 425. It sucks right through there.
470, you mean? Yeah.
Yeah, 470.
Yeah. The toll road.
Yeah, because 470 is the toll road, and then is it 270 that goes the west side, goes over towards Morrison and stuff? I don't think that's a toll, but the one that goes out by the airport's definitely a fucking toll.
That's a toll. Yeah. And then there's another one that, what is it, 290? I don't even know what the hell it is, but there's another one somewhere. Here, I have a map. Look at that. I can look it up. Oh my God. Map, Denver. All right. Boom. There it is. Yeah. Let's see. All right. There's 225. There's 76 and 270. Yeah. So.
Well, that makes it more convenient for me to go to Denver and have you stand me up for dinner.
Well,
it's only 270 miles for me instead of driving all the way to St. Louis.
Yeah. Why waste your time driving to St. Louis? Yeah,
that's right.
The trick to luring hamster out of the hamster lair is breakfast. He's a breakfast hamster.
I like breakfast. And I'm thinking about making myself some breakfast right now. Oh, yeah. Then packing, washing clothes, getting ready for the big trip. Oh, God.
You're going to have to find a good breakfast joint. What the hell is that diner? Oh, it's on the south side of Denver. Is it Diner 66 or something like that? God damn it. I'd have to look it up. There's a couple of them in the Denver area, and I think they only do breakfast and lunch, but man, they got a hell of a good breakfast.
Oh, let's see. I do have the map here, so we can look it up. Let's see. There's no, there's a bunch of them. Yeah.
You'll have to find your new favorite breakfast joint.
I'll miss Lenny's, though. Lenny's is pretty good.
Yeah.
Liddy's is good, but what are you gonna do?
I think
But it
gainful
is in
employment's
Illinois.
better.
I like, gainfully employed is good. So yeah, so I got to do all that shit and then take off down to God's waiting room. Ugh.
Oh, I was totally off on the numbering system and the name. It's Sam's number 3.
Sam's number 3.
Yeah, Sam's number 3 is the name of the place.
Oh, I see it. Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, it's in south of downtown.
Yeah, I probably will never go downtown.
Yeah.
I had to go take the train to the airport to get a car. I drove the car, my old man's car back, so I had to go get the car that I parked. So I took the train once, and it's kind of cool, down at what is that called, Grand Central Station or whatever that is down there. And then you take the train out to the airport, and there's Coors Field is right downtown. It's like
I used to work right there, right under the bridge, basically that Broadway overpass that goes right to Coors Field.
Oh, so you were a troll.
Yeah. Yes. They're Hamster. They've got, I think there's 4 of them in Denver. If you want a good breakfast burrito, go to a place called Burrito and Company.
Burrito and Company.
They open at like 6 in the morning and they stay open until like 10, I think. Cash only. And you go in there and you make your order. They have chorizo, chicken, beef, or pork. And you order it. Then you pay for it. You step to like one step to the right, and they're already making it. They got one guy he's got like a 4x4 flat top that he's cooking eggs on. They got another guy doing the hash browns and everything, and they put a over easy cooked egg in every burrito.
Nice. I like
so
it.
you're eating. Oh God, they're fantastic. But you got to be careful because if you're driving, there's no place to sit and eat. You got to either eat in your vehicle or take off and start driving. But you'll be sitting there chewing on this burrito, and then you'll hit that frickin' egg yolk.
Splash out all over everything. Yeah.
Yeah, you just don't quite know where the egg's at.
But it's in there somewhere. Yeah.
But oh my God, they make good breakfast burritos, and they're fast. I mean, you walk in the door. And when you order in about a minute and a half, you're walking out with your order.
Nice.
Yeah.
That sounds good.
And there's several of them around, but I know of 2. I think there's 4, but I know of 2. But they are one of them's off of Colorado Boulevard up towards what the hell's the name of that? Where was your old yard at, Brandon? In Denver?
Oh, down there by the swap meet.
Yeah. Commerce City.
Yeah, Commerce City.
Yeah, there's one in Commerce City, and then there's one basically like I would say like 38th Street off of I-25 up there by Globeville. You know where Globeville is?
I don't think so. No,
okay, that's where the where the Burlington Northern's railroad yards. It'd be straight northeast of Coors Field.
Oh.
And you get up there by the Mousetrap off I-25, up in that area. It's called the place.
I tend to avoid downtown. I lived in Austin for a while. I went downtown exactly zero. I didn't go. I don't want it. Nothing to do with it. So not really interested in going.
They wanted to keep Austin weird, and you were there.
I mean, I've lived here in St. Louis for 4 years. I've never been downtown. Just no reason. No reason to go. Although Brandon threatened to drag me there once to go to the Arch, but we never did. So.
No, because you had to buy fucking tickets like 6 months in advance.
Yeah.
To go see the Arch?
Well, you can go see it, but to get in, there's a elevator thing. You can go up on the top. You got to pay for that.
Well, I guess all the Native Americans get in there first because they had reservations.
Oh God.
Oh!
Oh God. Yeah. Well, we were gonna go to the remember the one I don't a couple years ago now we we were gonna go over to the Arch Park in Illinois there, where you can look at it across the river, and then we got delayed by
Yeah.
that. Remember they had that race there or whatever the hell was going on?
Yeah. And then I had to take a shit.
Yeah, you just about shit in my car. God. Yeah.
Was that when he farted on you in your car?
No, that was the ketchup bottle. Yeah.
Oh.
World's largest ketchup bottle.
No, that was that day.
Was it? When you
Yeah.
dropped a nuclear bomb in the car? Oh God.
Uh-huh.
Oh. The ketchup bottle, that's when we got lost.
Yeah.
We couldn't find the fucking bottle. Ah, jeez.
How can you miss the world's largest ketchup bottle?
Well, that's what we were saying.
Behind some-
It's like,
It's not right on the road we were on because we were on the wrong road.
yeah, that's what happened. We missed it because we weren't on the right road. Yeah, that's kind of what happened.
You should have taken that left at Albuquerque, huh?
Yeah.
And then we were going to go out and
Brandon the robot.
I think our best hamster was semen.
You're breaking up, Brandon.
All I heard was he liked semen.
Yeah, I heard that too. I'm like, wait a minute. No. It's Seaman the dog. Downtown St. Charles, they got the Lewis and Clark dog statue. Dog's name was Seaman. So there you go.
We didn't get to see that when we were down there.
You didn't get to see Seaman the dog? Oh.
No, we just stayed on that main drag right there at the restaurants.
Yep. You have to go near the river, then there's the dog.
Yeah.
There's like a park there and all that. Lewis and Clark, that's where they started going west, I guess, in St. Charles. They started their big adventure. So.
My great-grandmother was born in St. Louis.
Is that right? Well.
Yep, she was born in a German hospital because I've seen her birth certificate. It was in German.
No shit. Yeah.
Yeah, she was born in 1907 in St. Louis, and her birth certificate was in German.
I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah. A lot of Germans here. A lot of Germans moved in. You know, Anheuser-Busch, you know, all that beer.
Yeah. So I was kind of crazy because I asked my grandmother, I said, your mom was born in Germany? No. She goes, no, she was born in St. Louis. And I was like, oh, okay. Because her folks had come over, well, obviously before 1907.
Right.
But they had immigrated to America in probably very early 1901, 1902, somewhere in there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That was all the migration coming in. Germany, Italy, Irish, you know, Scandinavians.
Yeah, and then my great-grandfather, he was Irish Scottish, and he was born and raised near Lubbock, Texas, and another town outside of Lubbock. And somehow through the miracles of the world, they both ended up in the Pacific Northwest and found each other, got married, started a family, and it's basically how my whole family was up there in Washington State.
Yep. Another place you can't afford to live anymore. Seattle. God.
Oh, yeah.
Think about it. Ugh.
Yeah, I found out my great-grandfather, when he first... I had heard years ago, he's been dead since 84. He was born in 1900. I heard that the reason he left Texas is he got into a knife fight with a black man that was trying to rob him and his date that he was walking home from a dance, a barn dance. And guy jumped out with a knife, and my great grandpa had a knife, and they had themselves a knife fight, and that guy lost. Well, my grandpa was so afraid he was going to go to prison that he hopped on a train and rode it all the way to Seattle. I was like 19. Let's see, he would have been probably 1917, 1916, maybe 18. I said in Texas, he killed a black man in Texas in 1918. They probably would have threw a ticker tape parade for him. I couldn't see him getting in trouble, but he was scared for his life, so he left, and that's how he ended up in Seattle. He worked as a log jammer in Puget Sound. You know what that is?
No.
They run along the logs, they cut the logs, and then they float them in water.
Okay, yeah.
And he was one of the ones that would run along the top of the logs with a pole, and he would unjam them because they'd get bound up.
Oh, okay.
He also bare knuckle boxed in Seattle for money. Quite a storied life. He was a very small. He was only. I bet he was probably only 5'6", 5'7". Not a big man, but he was very strong because he'd worked on a farm his whole life. Sure. And yeah, I guess he bare knuckle boxed for money like in the Depression.
Well, you got to do what you got to do. All right, guys, I got to go. I got to get some shit done. I'll see you later.
Soup?
Nah, some other shit.
All right.
See you.
Bye. Well, you know he's not going to stream. And True Blood just knocked himself out. So what are you doing today, Heme?
Shit, sorry, I'm on mute. I'm just doing a little bit of yard work. So far, it's a nice day. I think we're getting rain this afternoon, but
Yay! It finally seems to be working okay.
You're back.
Yeah. I had to restart
We've
the
got
whole phone. It kept fucking kicking me out.
We got a volunteer fire department in this town.
Uh-huh.
And this morning, the air raid siren went off at 7:22. So I'm sure there was a bad wreck or a fire or something going on, and they were calling everybody to the firehouse. Nice to wake up to. You think, oh, fuck, is there a tornado? And it's like, no, it's perfectly clear out.
volunteer fire department was a really fucking good excuse to get drunk once a month.
Oh, they do that here too.
You out and do some training, and then fucking by noon the keg is open.
Well, I heard that the fire school, going to the fire school is like a paid vacation.
Oh, it's fun though. Fire school is fucking a blast.
I've never really had the urge to run into a perfectly good burning building.
Well, all we ever did was fucking car wrecks and fucking grass fires. So
A firemen, you'll tend to more than burning buildings.
a lot of fucking grass fires.
Yeah, they do a lot of that out here. They've got quite a few pumper trucks for the grass fires.
And when you're like I was, 18 years old, part of it, they give you a fucking shovel.
I've known quite a few guys that were on several different towns volunteer fire department, and some of them had been on some pretty serious wrecks, had kids in them and stuff, and that really kind of messed with them. Some of those things you can't unsee.
You'll still sleep with her.
Oh,
Well, I weighed myself this morning. The diet is going along very well. Tomorrow will be 5 weeks, and I'm
sure.
29.5 pounds down.
Well, congratulations.
Next time you see me, I'm going to be a skinny mini. I'll just be normal size.
With a skin suit that looks like a flying squirrel.
I don't know. I don't have a whole lot of loose skin. It's when I lost that 65 pounds, I really didn't have a whole lot of loose skin. I'm hoping that don't happen. Hey, I can take up that wingsuit flying then, and I won't even need to buy the suit.
Oh, Ape, you know that fucking homestead I was showing you there in Illinois?
You told me about it. You didn't show me a picture.
Oh, well, I read a little closer into that thing, and that's the opening bid for the auction.
Oh. So chances are it'll probably go a lot higher than that.
Yeah, I'm thinking.
So old Hamster's going to be a recluse in the Denver metro area, huh?
Yep.
Hell, the nice thing about that is that every one of those towns around there, they all have excellent places to eat. You find a little mom and pop joint somewhere. That Sam's number 3 diner, though, that place, you have to get there early because otherwise you get there like 9, 10 o'clock and you'll be standing in line for 45 minutes.
The hamster's fucked then. He's not really a morning hamster.
Well, no. He's more of a brunch hamster. It's not breakfast. When it's 11 o'clock, it's not breakfast.
Yeah.
It's blunch. Roller dog time for Sammy?
Yeah, right after we fill up the truck.
Nice. Well, I got to go get some laundry started, get the domestic chores done. You're going to be going here about half hour probably to streaming for your game, aren't you?
Oh, yeah, something like that.
All right. We'll talk to you later.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye, Emmy.
I'll be right back. I'm going to fill up the truck.
Okay. You're back.
Yeah. Yeah, I got to do some other shit on the other computer, so I had to change computers. Oh, God.
Making any soup today?
Probably not. All right. No, I'll be gone most of the week, so I don't want to have any leftovers. So. Check in 2. Okay. Yeah. It's time to check in and get your mobile boarding pass. Hey. I mean, I'm a little old-fashioned, Mr. Hemi. I like to get the paper, but that's me.
You show your phone at the gate.
Yeah, I mean, you can do that, I suppose, but like I got this parking thing where they want you to do a QR code. Well, the fucking phone doesn't fit in there very well, so it doesn't ever read it. It's like, I don't understand. I don't get it. But you can just use a credit card and it figures you out.
Hamsters leaving on a jet plane.
Don't know when I'll be back again. Oh, babe, I hate to go. Don't know when I'll be back again. Oh, babe, I hate to go. Your bags are packed and your underwear's wearing. John Denver wrote that song.
should have to include lines about how much liquids you can carry. And,
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
no lighters.
Yeah, you apparently can't have any vape shit in your in your checked bags because the batteries.
Box cutters anymore.
No, damn it. And they still do they make you take your shoes off and all that stuff in Canada as well?
No, maybe at a secondary search, but not when you just go through the machine. Your shoes can stay on.
Yeah,
Everything
make
else got. Oh, actually, no. Yes, the last time I flew, that's right. Shoes had to go on the conveyor through the X-ray.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fuck. And then everybody's waiting at the end to try and put their shit back on.
Yeah. It's well, St. Louis, it's not very busy. Usually. It takes you, I don't know, 15 minutes to get through security. Orlando's a little different. It's pretty busy down there. So.
Do you opt for the pat down just to be touched?
Yes, I do. I enjoy that. Yeah. It says here, there's special exception. Okay, let's see here. Baggage may contain items required to be carried, but the spare lithium batteries have to be carried on. Smart bags with batteries are allowed. E-cigs not permitted in check bags. Traveling with medical oxygen, liquid oxygen, other shit, you can't. You got to get a permission.
What?
Pre-approval or restricted from carriage entirely. Passengers requiring these items should contact the airline operator. Special exceptions. There are special exceptions for small quantities up to 70 ounces of marijuana. Wow, that's cool.
That's 70 ounces?
No, it's of medicinal and toilet articles carried in your luggage. And certain smoking materials on your person. So I suppose you could have your cigarettes with you, but you can't smoke them. Obviously. Blah, blah, blah.
It's funny because some of these planes that you'll ride in still have the ashtrays in the armrest.
Oh, I know. Yeah. The older airplanes still have the ashtrays. Yeah. I think obviously when they remodel the interior, they take those out. But Like I was on a Southwest last week. They don't have the ashtrays anymore. But then again, they changed their seat, so they pack 3 people where there used to be 2. Fuckers. So you're squeezed in pretty good.
The bean counters have calculated by deleting all the ashtrays, they got 1 extra seat.
Yeah, well, that's probably true. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I'm not exactly a small person, and I was pretty squeezed in. I was between these 2 really large women that got off in New Orleans. They were fatties. So we had 3 fatties in that row. So let's see. I mean, I don't know why I have to do this now. I'm just going to go to the airport anyway. So, all right, by agreeing, hazardous materials. Yes. So let's see what we can't have. You can't have explosives. Okay. Can't have radioactive material. Can't have oxidizers.
I'm gonna get some iced tea.
Get some iced
And a
tea.
roller
Yeah.
dog.
All right. Continue. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. Shooby, shooby, doo, wop, booby, shooby, dooby. Trip options. With priority, enjoy early boarding. I don't care. That's fine. $27 per person, I can get the priority. I think I'll just not take that. I don't care. St. Louis to Orlando. Okay. Unavailable. Available for $14. Jesus. Will auto assign seats at no charge after you check in if you don't want to pay now. You have the option to change seats later. So if you want to be in like near the exit, it's $48 to sit in the exit row. You believe that? It's $29 for one aisle seat. $20 for the center seat at the front of the plane, and $14 for the back of the plane. So, all right.
Hey, Nicholas, dime ya.
Oh shit. Let's see. Check in without modifying seats. Yes. Yes. Okay. I do not have any bags. No check bags. Okay. No bags. How would you like your boarding pass? I guess mobile. I don't have a printer.
Laminated.
Yeah. Arrive at the airport 2 hours before departure. Let's see. Email. So they're going to email the passes. Great. Yep, they have been sent to my mail. Okay. Let's see what seat they stuffed me into. Probably where, right in the middle, right? And then we got to change planes in Charlotte, North Carolina. There's nonstops, Mr. Hemi, to Orlando from St. Louis, but it's either Frontier or Southwest. Southwest is like $800. Jesus. Crazy. Let's see. Spam folder. All right. Okay.
How far a drive is it from St. Louis?
It's about 14 hours.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Substantial.
Yeah, I mean it's not terrible, but when I drove back from Florida with the car I bought from the old man, I made it 17 hours one day, and that's all I could go. I couldn't any longer. I made it from Orlando to East Texas, and that was a long effing day. Trust me. Well, it took forever.
What kind of car did you have?
It's the one I have now, a Honda Accord.
I thought you already had a Honda Accord.
No. That's the one I have from him that I bought.
Oh, okay.
Now the car that he has now is a Nissan Altima. So I'm gonna have to drive that back. So, God. Grinch says, "Is Hamster flying first class to Uranus?" Oh yeah, absolutely. You bet. Nothing but the best for Mr. Hamster. That's right. Kevin Killjoy says, "I love it when the hamster shows the drunk girls." That's pretty fun. So, is Brandon doing Dungeons and Dragons today? Probably. Okay. There we go. Retrieve your boarding pass. Oh. For iPhone, add your mobile. Oh, yes, I can do that. But I need to get it on my phone. So can I forward this to the phone? No, I can just check it on the phone. Ah, that's all right. I got it. Ugh, God. All right. So that's done. But I'm still going to go there, and I'm still going to frickin' get a paper. I mean, it doesn't. Oh, jeez. It don't matter. So yeah, so they have these big parking lots outside the airport. If you park on the airport, it's like $38 a day. It's like, jeez, are you kidding me?
Oh, that's the cost when you pay Paradise, right?
Yeah, jeez. That's pretty crazy.
Meow.
Meow, kitty. Did you get your hot dog?
I did. Sam's probably pretty hungry. He puked last night.
Ooh.
So I found out when I got up to take a piss and stepped in it.
That's not good.
Yeah. You wake up real quick when that happens.
Yeah, you certainly do. Yeah, when I was down there last week, I had the Hershey squirts the whole time. It was not good.
Nice.
No, it was bad. I didn't like it. Yeah, I think most of it is just. I'm not afraid to fly or anything, but it's just something weird in my gut just gets ticked off when I'm traveling. I don't know what it is. I'll have to buy some Tums or some shit.
Imodium.
There, sure. Yeah. Kaopectate. Milk of magnesia.
Imodium is my best friend. It works
Yeah,
better
is that
than
for diarrhea or for heartburn?
both?
Oh, okay. All right.
But it is very, very fucking good on diarrhea.
Huh. Well, I guess if I need it, I can go buy some.
Yeah.
Go to the Publix. Already got the beer in the fridge, so I'm set there. Yay. Yeah. Now I got to fucking get some food and then... yeah. Go pick up the old man probably Wednesday.
Well, you should weigh a lot less now.
Yeah, it comes out to be like 15 pounds is all or something like that that's left over.
Yeah.
So it's kind of, it's different. Because my mother, she was cremated as well, and they give you a cardboard box. It's like, okay, there you go.
They don't even give you a funnel to put him in the urn?
I don't know. No, well, I mean, you can get an urn from them if you want.
Well,
I'm sure you could go buy one. Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
What was his favorite whiskey?
Johnny Walker Red. He liked it.
Could you find a
His
jug
last
of water?
bottle. Yeah, his last bottle's still there, so we could put him in there.
Yeah.
Why not? All right.
I'm going to get cremated. And I hadn't thought about the urn until just now.
Yes, sir. I'm trying. I'm just really confused today. I don't know what's going on.
Maybe a propeller hub? That'd be pretty cool.
That would be cool. Yeah. Let's see. Where is the trip here?
I thought you were going to get put into a shell and get shot off.
Well, there's that too. My friend did that. But I could also have him dump me over the side of one of the ships.
Bin
There you go.
Laden style.
Well, as a Navy veteran, I can do that.
Grinchy wants to know what's for lunch. I don't know yet.
Soup.
Might make some hard-boiled eggs or something.
Coors Light and sunflower seeds. Come on.
No, can't drink today. I do not like flying with a hangover. It's not a good thing. I don't want to deal with that. Don't drink at the airport. Don't drink on the plane. Don't drink before the plane. Just don't want to have to get up and piss. If you can avoid it.
It depends.
That's what he wears too.
There might be some of those left over at the old man's house. I'll have to, stock up, put them in the luggage.
Yeah.
Grab them for Saunders.
Yeah. Saunders was on last night. I don't know if you guys heard him.
I saw
heard
that.
Yeah.
He was in a good mood. I don't think he was even drinking, or he was just getting ready to start, I guess.
Yeah, it's probably just starting.
Yeah.
Yeah, you caught him early.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it was midnight.
Well, for Saunders, that's pretty early. Yeah.
Good God, man. Use your accelerator, sir.
Here in the roundabout.
Marlins come out of the sky, and they shit there.
Boom, 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 boom. Where are you going today, by the way?
I am going to Mount Vernon. I think
Mount Vernon, Illinois?
No, Missouri.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Missouri.
Another Walmart run?
Yeah.
Yep.
I will be doing Walmart until Monday will be my last day Walmarting. Then they're either going to have me drive for the company before my colonoscopy, which got moved to fucking Friday. So I'm going to drive Tuesday, Wednesday, and then take Thursday off to take the super fucking X-Lax.
Yeah, you don't really want to be too far away from a toilet when you're doing that. Yeah.
I'm renting a hotel room.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Hotel.
Were you going to Kansas City to get that done, or
Nope, they're in Joplin.
Joplin? Okay. Yep. I see it. It's just east of Joplin, about halfway between there and Springfield.
Yep.
They got them a Walmart distribution center there, do they?
Nope, a super center.
Oh, super center. Okay.
Yeah, I take out of the Bentonville distribution center and take it to stores. That's what they got me doing.
Ah, okay. Well, you get paid, so I guess it's whatever.
Yeah. Flat
like
rate for
getting paid.
these fuckers. These jobs are flat rate.
Yeah. Meaning you can just get paid a certain amount and that's it?
Yeah, I get paid a certain amount every day.
Okay, gotcha. All right, let me see if I can get this shit on the phone. It's a little bit warm today too, by the way, in here.
Yes, it is.
Ooh. American Airlines. There we go.
It was a lot of it warm yesterday in Oklahoma City.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah. Okay. Take a screenshot of
had,
your board.
like, a windstorm or something come through last night. It was shaking the fucking truck around, but not a cloud in the sky.
Interesting. Come on. So, can I save this as a thing?
Maybe.
Take a screenshot of your boarding pass to make it easier to retrieve. Oh, it's there, I guess.
Come on, buddy. Let's go.
I am in seat 15E. So there you go.
There you go.
In the middle.
Right. Yep.
Great. Oh, well. But I guess American Airlines, they let you have one checked bag for free even. Isn't that nice?
Yeah.
No, like I said yesterday, Frontier, you pay for the seat both ways, you pay for the bag both ways. It's crazy. So. Same with Spirit. They do the same thing.
Well,
Yeah, there is a high heat warning, extreme heat warning for St. Louis. 98 degrees today. Holy shit. That's pretty hot.
Yeah.
But that's okay, because I'm going to be in FLA where it's even worse. So, perfect. They don't have an extreme heat warning down there because it's always fucking hot.
Yes. They call that a Tuesday.
Yep. It actually will be warmer in St. Louis for the next few days than FLA. Imagine that.
No, you've got ocean on fucking 3 sides.
Yeah. And it rains typically every day in FLA. So usually around 4 o'clock in the afternoon it rains.
Makes it moist.
Yes, it makes it even more steamy. Moisty, moisty. Oh, he's not even out of bed yet, so.
That's about the time he's, woken up and he's fapping away the morning wood. He'll be around.
Yeah, he'll be around. All right. Jeez. All right, so that's done. I guess I got to do laundry. Pack all the shit up. Maybe I will have a couple of beers. Why not?
You
Maybe
shouldn't.
Well, I mean, not 12. I mean, literally one. I'm kind of thirsty, but I'm not gonna. You can't get trash before playing. That's just stupid. Plus, you get dehydrated as well. I think that was part of my problem actually, is that I was dehydrated because the drinking water at his place is absolutely awful. It's just terrible. It's all full of limestone. It's similar. similar to Texas. It's full of limestone and scales, and it's terrible.
Texas water in Waco, anyways, tasted like a cow pond.
Yep, that's kind of what Florida tastes like too. Yeah, it just kind of, it's almost moldy sort of tasting. It's just
Yeah.
Yeah, don't like it. The water in Colorado is pretty good though. I'll give them that. They have pretty good water. Here it's not too bad. If you can avoid the radiation, it's perfectly fine. If you're not slurping out of Coldwater Creek, you're in good shape. Did you know that there's a Superfund site over there where they actually, it's burning. It's underground fire. Burning all the time. It's like, Jesus.
All right.
Yeah.
I did not know it was on fire.
Yep. It's on fire. It's over by the airport. It's like, Jesus. Oh, I mean, apparently they were just dumping all kinds of shit over in there, and it's maybe I can even see it. St. Louis underground fire. Yeah, the Bridgeton landfill. Bridgeton landfill has smoldering landfill, likelihood of radioactive waste. Yeah, perfect. God. Oh, jeez.
No wonder people are moving away.
Well, Bridgeton is kind of a dump. That's sort of the industrial area over there.
Yeah, I know where it is.
Oh, yeah, you know where it is. Yeah, you know where it is. The Bridgeton landfill has been experiencing a subsurface smoldering event. A chemical reaction that heats and consumes waste like a fire but lacks oxygen. For more than 14 years, it's been burning. Jeez.
Yeah, they had some land in California really cheap. Up near Redding.
Yeah.
And it turns out that it's the former fucking site of the Lucky something mine. And it was where they fucking mined this ore that had mercury in it.
Oh.
And it's a super fun site too, and you could buy it for cheap.
Sure, you could. Yeah. Well, when I lived in Durango, Colorado,
Yeah.
they had used mine tailings, you know, the leftover mine stuff, to build up this neighborhood. You know, they filled it in and whatever, put houses on it. Well, it turns out it was radioactive. So they had to, basically, it was another Superfund deal. They had to move the houses and take the dirt out and all kinds of shit.
Right.
Because I mean, that's where they got the uranium, right? There's all kinds of it there. So it says here during World War II, uranium was refined in downtown St. Louis for the use in the Manhattan Project. After the war, the waste was trucked to St. Louis County and dumped at the airport. There you go. Perfect. Where it leaked into Coldwater Creek, polluting the banks and water, subjecting generations of families to radiation exposure. The waste was sold and moved to a site in Hazelwood, which is right near, what is it, Berkeley, or what is it? Bridgeton. It's the same, it's basically the same area, right?
Yeah. In
1973, after valuable metals were extracted from the pile, the remaining waste was illegally dumped in the Westlake landfill. Jesus. Did they have no oversight of this stuff? My goodness. The EPA is nearing the end of a process to plan an excavation. Okay. Army Corps of Engineers is overseeing cleanup of Coldwater Creek. They occasionally have to shut. There's a school apparently along the creek. When the radiation gets too high, they have to close it down temporarily. Jeez.
You know,
I
I
have a
don't think
picture.
I'd send my kids there.
No, I don't think I would. I mean, you should see this picture. A photo from 1960, taken of steel drums containing radioactive residues, just stacked up on the ground, right out in the open. The 55-gallon drums. Jesus. All right. Well, I mean, they had their own. Excuse me. Was it Rocky Flats up in Denver? They had the same
Yeah.
problem.
That was because that was the fucking it was like the decommissioning site or something like that,
Oh, okay.
and they were fucking burning the shit, right?
Yep. Yep.
And they didn't get it hot enough, so it just all went out in the fucking. It vaporized and then it sublimated.
Great. It says here, Rocky Flats produced nuclear weapons parts near Denver. The facility's primary mission was the fabrication of plutonium pits, the fissionable part of a bomb that produces a nuclear explosion. Wow. It was operated until 1992 by Dow Chemical, Rockwell International, and EG&G, whoever those people are. Plutonium pit production was halted in 1989 after the EPA and the FBI raided the facility. Rockwell International accepted a plea agreement for criminal violations of environmental law. At the time, the fine was one of the largest penalties ever in environmental law. Wow.
Rockwell Collins, gotta love them.
Yeah. Well, Rockwell International. I think Collins now is part of. You used to work for them. Who are they? Raytheon. Yeah. Rockwell International, I think, has been separate from those guys for a long time. I think Rockwell International, they did the space shuttle stuff, didn't they? I don't know.
When I worked for Beechcraft, we put Rockwell Collins upgrades in the King Airs.
Okay. You mean like electronics in the front end or some other stuff?
All of it, whole thing. We went fucking
glass cockpit stuff.
Steam gauges to a glass cockpit. Yeah.
Yep. It says here, a later study estimated that normal operations leaked up to 130,000 microcuries of plutonium every year. Oh my God. That's a lot, it seems. This routine leakage declined in the 60s and continued down to 60 picocuries, pico, not micro, pico, in 1989. Where the hell is Rocky Flats? Is that downtown Denver, kind of, or where is it?
No, it's over by Commerce City.
Oh, okay, yeah, I see it on the map here. Opening maps. Okay, yeah. It's between Golden and Boulder, kind of, looks like.
Yeah.
Huh. Interesting. There's a Rocky Flats beer garden. There you go. You can drink there and you glow in the dark when you're done. Perfect.
Well, it's still fenced off.
Oh, I'm certain. Yeah, I'm certain. Let's see if you can get a satellite of this. What do they got?
But they do have an event center, very, like right on the fucking border of it. So I'm sure that's a high dollar place to go.
Yeah, the Rocky Flats site, and then there's Rocky Flats something else. And then there's the beer place, the Flats Beer Garden. Maybe that's the event place.
Maybe.
Could be. Yeah.
It's been a couple years since I was there.
There's a couple of businesses right outside of it, too. Interesting. They even have a lake. Son of a bitch. So, okay. Well, I won't try to live near there then. I'll pass on the radioactivity. I don't think I want any. But I assume that in the mountains you got to look for the radon and all that shit, right?
That depends on what type of rock you're living over.
Right. Is it granite that gives off the radon, or?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So the underground fire here in St. Louis, perfect. If you ever go over there, you can see like the train. They have special train cars that they put this stuff into. They're like covered. So I suppose to mitigate any dust blowing out.
Yeah. You wouldn't want to expose like Amtrak to that shit.
No. It's an exothermic reaction at the Bridgeton Sanitary Landfill. Hey. Yeah, they used to do some really bad shit back in the day. Good Lord.
Pretty damn careless.
Yep. Well, and I think we already talked about the one story where they, the whole city, they had to evacuate and buy out because the guy was dumping toxic waste all over the fucking roads to control dust.
Yeah, dioxin.
Dioxin, yeah, exactly.
Also here in Missouri.
Yep. It's Jones Beach. It's some beach, some ex-beach place. Used to be a like a resort sort of area. Yeah, I think that's South St. Louis. Toxic Beach, St. Louis. Times Beach. It's a ghost town in St. Louis, Missouri. Let's see here. Let's see, where is it? Let's see here. Map. There we go. All right, where is it? It's near Eureka. Yeah, it's southwest St. Louis. Along the Merrimack River.
All right.
Merrimack River.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey.
Hello, gentlemen.
You have at least interesting topic about how business cares about environment.
Yeah.
And you have a lot of story. I need to
Especially when
admit
they
that.
have some of them sweet government contracts.
Oh yeah. Yeah. But I mean, the Times Beach thing was completely intentional. The guy, I mean, they lost a bunch of horses and stuff too because they were using it on horse farms. The horses were dying from that stuff. Well, I mean, it's like Agent Orange, right? Basically, is what it was, or dioxin's part of Agent Orange, right?
I think that the dioxin that he was using was the used oil out of transformers.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Hey, I got this oil. It'll knock the dust down.
Well, I lived in a place where they did spray oil all over the roads, and the shit, you couldn't get it off your car. It would stick to your car, and it was like cement. You had to chip it off. It was terrible. I actually bitched to the sheriff about that. I said, hey, how can they do this? What the hell? What's going on? It's like, oh.
Yeah, we're poisoning the groundwater. Well, we ruined your paint job.
Hell yeah, why not?
That's progress.
Yep. Especially I'm electrical engineers and work with repair of transformer oil stuff, and it's totally recyclable. It's one of the few stuff that you don't need to dump in environment. You can reuse it. You can filter and clean it and work with it. It's one of the dumbest stuff. Maybe it was a long time ago, but already 10, 15 years ago, we have special stuff that reuse them, that clean and separate them. And when you talk that somebody just throw it away, just for me, just what the heck?
This was
You
in
can
the
reuse it 10.
1960s or something, right, Hamster?
Yeah, it was 60s and 70s, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah. At least in 2000s, it can be reused so many times. We recirculate it as much as we can. I never see, and when you already can't use it, it can be burned in special stuff, but can burn. But 10, 15 times you can reuse it. I don't, and they work practically forever. I never see that we send to total annihilation of stuff. Never. We always clean and reuse it and test it, and it's work. That's why for me, just what the heck? Yep.
Well, you're absolutely right, but all that costs money, and it's cheaper to dump it, probably.
Maybe in that period, yes, for our poor country, maybe for in United States, it's cheaper to dump it. In our country, it was cheaper to clean and reuse it. It depends how expensive it's for you. But for environmental point of view, it's just nonsense. It's not something that you need to destroy through away.
Yeah, it's the stuff in the oil is PCBs, polychlorinated biphenyls.
Oh,
That's the nasty stuff. I think those are forever chemicals. They don't break down, I believe.
Yep.
It's nasty stuff.
Unfortunately,
All
it
right.
is what.
Who else we got here? We got Drew and Roma.
I'm here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello. By the way.
Hello.
All right, guys. Well, have fun with your game. Talk to you later.
Later, Hamster.
Yeah, we'll see you.
Waiting for Glenn.
Yep.
Hard to start without Dungeon Master.
Yeah.
How it's going on your side of the ocean?
Hot. It is hot.
Well,
Very.
On our side, it's much better. Cold, little bit colder, and all fine. Oh, we lose somebody. No?
Yeah, that was a hamster getting off.
Yep, all fine. We have better weather, but much more Shahid drones around.
Maybe the supply of Shahid drones will dry up here.
Shahid is not Israeli priority, and we not see that on time. But we'll see. Maybe we will be glad. To get something like this. But we'll see how it's going. Where are you, man? Till we wait.
I am in Missouri, heading east on I-44. At mile marker 27.
Yeah, well, it's such unremarkable
Yep.
place.
Yeah,
judging from the description, but
Yeah, I know it's middle of nowhere, but
yeah.
Yeah. If you
it's
want
not
to see,
middle of nowhere, but you can
that's what
see
this
it.
is what it looks like.
Mm.
Very
Yep.
green and nice. Lots of trees.
At least there are some, towers
Yeah.
of, I guess, anti-ballistic missiles,
Uh,
Golden Dome in progress.
oh, not mind about that nonsense.
Wrong country.
No, Golden Dome. Yeah, no, it's Trump promise. He promise
Yeah.
spent on it. Oh, was it $100 billion? Maybe 200. I not remember.
Oh,
And
yeah.
Israelis, it's called Iron Dome.
Mm. Well,
We lose somebody. Oh, what's happened?
mm, I thought I've lost everybody, but no.
At least I hear you. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, we said something wrong, and you.
Censorship,
Yeah.
military secrets.
Yep. And I called that project not Golden Dome, but Golden Parachute for Mask.
Yeah, if it's golden, it better be expensive.
Yeah, it's really expensive. Uh, mm,
How dare you speak ill of the iron foreskin?
Well, we are international observers.
Yeah,
We kind of can speak anything.
yeah.
Well,
No
at least-
argument here.
yeah, nowadays it's kind of assumption, universal assumption that if you're some kind of commentator, you can speak anything you that will on your mind, or however wild it is. Yeah,
I don't know.
Oh,
More
yeah.
wild that people try to save positions that Earth is flat, if it's possible, and a lot of people say that and try to argue about it. Flat Earth in 21st century. My God. It's
well, what will you do? It's the fashion is cyclical. Maybe Earth indeed got a bit flatter in the last 100 years or so.
what do you mean? People never see mountains. People never be on the sea. They never saw how sheep just go out of this curvature Earth horizon. It's impossible on flat Earth. If you have horizon, I can see every mount from any place.
There's-
Glenn called, and he's having technical difficulties.
Uh,
So
okay,
I've got
we will wait.
I'm
that's
going
wicked.
to pull. I'm going to pull over up here and send him a link directly to the StreamYard.
In Telegram or how or
Yeah, in Telegram.
We can basically send it. You don't need to pull over.
Oh, great! If you guys could do that, that'd be
Yeah,
wonderful.
yeah, that's not a big deal.
And like say, hey Glenn, try this link because he won't
Mhm.
take any initiative.
okay.
That's exactly what I'm gonna write him.
Okay.
Of course, every time I use the telephone, it kicks me out of StreamYard. So
At least somebody here
Wow.
that we can keep stream working.
yep. Thank you.
Uh, it's fine.
All right, I just saw it post.
Yeah.
Yep. We do everything that we can for solve that issue.
Yep.
But we'll see how it's going.
There he is.
Hello.
Well, he's still got the gray screen of death. You have to turn on your microphone, Glenn. Glenn, you've got to turn on your microphone somehow. There we go.
Oh,
Hello.
Hey!
Hooray! Congratulations.
Mm-hmm. Hey.
Welcome to the party, pal.
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. Well, how's everybody doing?
Fine.
Try to stay
Yeah,
cool.
Great.
Yeah. Nobody tried to shoot down us last few days, and we can sleep last few days.
Good.
Very good.
Uh-huh.
Mm.
Yep.
What was last time? Huge bombardment, Roma.
Yeah.
Tuesday
Yeah.
or Wednesday?
I don't remember actually, but yeah, not long ago.
Right.
Less than a week.
Mm-hmm. Okie doke. And Bill, where are you today?
I'm in Missouri,
You're in Missouri. Okie dokie.
Southwest Missouri.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okie dokie.
Not today, but next week I'll be able to roll my own dice.
Oh, cool. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Somebody, you will have day off, or
Yes, on Friday they're going to go look inside my butthole, and on Saturday I am not going to want to be too far from a toilet, so
Yeah.
I'm renting a hotel room.
Right.
medical appointment. At the beginning, you expect that you will have technical appointment of your car, but
Mm-hmm.
no.
No,
Yeah. He won't have to leave his hotel room.
Yep.
Oh, well.
That's one of them things that you do after you get 50.
Yeah.
Thank God I have some time.
Yeah.
I had to get mine by when I turned, well, I think 30, 38, 39.
Mm-hmm.
No, since my mom had colon cancer.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of running the family, I guess.
Yeah.
Thankfully, they found nothing.
Well, yeah. I should get them checked sometime, but when I grew up, I was on a farm, a commercial farm. That's what we did, or my folks did. And it was still legal to use, DDT and some of the other shit like that, chlorinated hydrocarbons. I figure before I graduated elementary school, I was probably exposed to just as much Agent Orange as any NAM vet alive. And the leading cause of death up around Marshall and Washington and Pottawatomie County has been for decades bone cancer.
Mm.
You know, so
That sounds horrible.
yeah, that's
Actually,
just something to think about when I want to be depressed. But
Ah, Rama, be more polite. We born in city where we
yeah,
for our childhood we have radiation phone like in weather.
oh yeah,
Uh,
Hell, you had
well, yeah, that's
nuclear
also
had
horrible.
fallout. Okay,
you
yeah,
had
that's always entertaining too.
well, Kiev
I'm
is
jealous. All
downstream.
I had was chemicals.
Kiev is downstream from Chernobyl, is what he's
yeah,
talking
we
about.
born
Yeah,
not
Oh
in
yeah.
Kiev, but we still have a lot of exposure. We
yeah,
both from another city. We just live here. That yep, but we still get that. And I was months before my mom just going out of Kiev just before explosion, or
yeah,
maybe in same time. But again,
yeah,
she was in Kiev in that day, and that's why all my childhood was under control about that stuff. But
yeah,
it is what it is.
They
yeah.
sent my second wife down to the Black Sea for 3 months.
Hmm.
Mhm.
They have a whole bunch of youth camps and stuff down there.
Yeah.
It just seems like you can't go anywhere on this planet anymore without something bad being around.
Mm,
That's
Yeah.
progress.
Yeah, that's progress. Okay. Uh, oh well.
Basically, that's what I meant when I said that's horrible.
Yeah.
Like the price we pay for like alleged technical progress.
Yeah.
That's why we
Dude.
pay for greed, because if you spend little
Wow.
bit more money for environment, you will have something better. But
Yeah. Oh well. Last time we played, uh, you guys made it down to Southland,
yep,
and that's where we folded it up on count
yep,
of we actually needed the captain. That's
yep.
you, Bill.
Okay,
I
sorry.
I offered to let them roll for you, but nobody really thought that was a good idea. Not even
Uh,
me.
it's a crazy idea because you are just chaotic person here.
Yep. Anyway, you guys showed up with a big sail that said parlay on it in bright colors, you know, and were escorted to a fortified harbor. Now, this place has stoneworked sea walls that are like 24 feet high, both inside and out on the inside and the outside of the harbor. And there are heavy catapults in pairs in 10 different places around this. And the inner wall has parapets for, well, archers. The only way from the harbor to the walled town behind it is a wide ramp. All of this is high quality stonework. And this wide ramp is large enough for 4 armored heavy horse to ride up and down side by side. And harbor is big enough to hold 20 ships. At the moment, it has 3 cargo haulers and a Oriental style warship flying the flag of Tiamat's army. There's also about a dozen harbor boats, all full of fighters, rowing around. The pier you are directed to, there's 20 armored heavy horse and 50 horse archers waiting at the head of the pier to talk to you. Oh, and one guy with magic user robes. They are flying a flag of a red dragon on a gold background. And everybody you see in the harbor, except for the guys on the ship of Tiamat's fleet, are wearing the same colors. So they approach you, or, well, I should say, a delegation of the magic user and 5 of the heavy horse approach you and want to talk to you, Bill.
All right. Greetings. We're a diplomatic envoy from the Pirate Kingdom.
Mm-hmm.
Arr.
Yeah. They will take you and your entourage to the palace. And they will bring up mounts for you to ride, and then the heavy horse will surround you, and the horse archers will follow along behind. Who's going and who's staying on the ship? Oh, by the way, they will warn you that no one is allowed off the ship except for your delegation.
Understood. And we're taking the adventuring party plus our thief that we usually...
Okay, the Hobbit dude.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. Who, by the way, is named Jacob Poundfoot, in case you're curious. Anyway, they will provide mounts for you. And you will note that there's a fairly good-sized walled town just inside the harbor, and a road leading to a really massive castle about a mile inland. And everything you see is either tilled fields or pastures or stands of tended woods or orchards, just as far as the eye can see. This is intensely agricultured, and there are peasants out working in the fields and that sort of nonsense.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
At least we find a way to feed all our errands.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And when you get closer, you will see that the palace is actually built on top of a earth mound that has been faced with stone, and it is steeply sloped and about 50 feet in height, with one road leading up to the gate of the palace, the main gate of the palace, with several switchbacks. And the palace is, this mound that I said was about 50 feet in height, it's about a 3/4 of a mile in diameter. And there's a palace, but the palace is built on the scale for dragons. It has 20, 25-foot high ceilings and is about 3 stories in height.
I expect something like this.
Yeah, with all kinds of interesting looking defensive installations. Oh, and on the circumference of this mound, it looks like there's spigots every so often, like they could pour something liquid down the face of this incline if they wanted to.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And anyway, this place is just absolutely huge.
For us, yep. For somebody little bit bigger scale, it's probably fine.
Yeah, it is. Anyway, uh, you will enter the courtyard of the palace, dismount. The armored knights will then surround you on foot, and the archers will follow behind you. The corridors are big enough for dragons to walk down, and richly decorated. You see inlaid murals and mosaics on the walls, as big as highway billboards, most of them. Statuary, mostly dragons, by the way. Statues of this or that dragon.
Seems to be a theme here, huh?
Silver and gold accented lighting fixtures. Some of them have torches in them. Some of them have glow spheres. So, and there are people everywhere. Servants, humans, hobbits, a small number of gnomes. And they take you to the main audience chamber. This thing is also huge. It actually has 40-foot high ceilings and is probably 200 yards in diameter. At one end, there is a truly massive pile of treasure with 3 adult red dragons lounging on it. The other half of this place, there are nobles and petitioners standing in a crowd behind a line of soldiers, keeping them separated from the dragons. And the court herald will announce you. He will tell you not to speak unless the great ones speak to you directly or give you permission. And
I
when you,
have request, Glenn, just in
yeah,
case. I want to look closely. Maybe this is all illusion, because they somehow try to protect dragon from miserable human. And I just not really believe that it's not
give
some
us
kind of illusion.
a wisdom check.
It will be wisdom, not investigation. Okay, we'll try. Wisdom just +1. Sorry. And
Shall I
What
roll?
if you were? What if you use your geometry seeing?
13 total.
It's not an illusion.
Okay.
This is real.
Okay.
Anyway, upon hearing who you are, the dragon in the middle, the male. Oh, and by the way, these guys are absolutely, extra huge in size. Whatever they say for dragons in the monster manual.
Hughes is gargantuan.
Okay. Well, then they're gigantual.
Okay. That means for somebody who don't know, it's size of Tarrasque.
Yeah. Oh, here we go.
So it's an ancient red dragon?
Yeah.
No, it is an adult red dragon. You don't get to be ancient until you're 800 years old. This
Mhm.
guy is about 650, and the two females with him are about 300 years each. So they would be considered huge in size. Mhm.
Not so huge like I expect, but not 10,000 years old already good.
Yeah, not yet, but yeah.
Yeah, we can wait next few thousand years.
Yep. Anyway, uh, he is a huge creature, uh, and he will have your party brought forward, and you are standing in the area between the crowd and the dragons. Perception rolls, please.
Okay.
18,
+7.
Okay.
17 for
Right.
you.
16.
23 after pluses.
Ah,
No.
okay. And our halfling has a 14. You all notice this. Where you were pointed to stand in front of the dragons, the marble floor in that spot seems to be discolored, as if by heat.
Yeah.
Mhm. The roasting point.
Yes. And the female dragon on the left tells the court herald to bring the other diplomats here as well.
Best we mind what we say. Huh?
Mm-hmm.
Best we just not say anything.
Mm-hmm.
Even better.
Yeah. While you are waiting for the other diplomats to arrive, the king, the male dragon here, gets a puzzled look on his face, and then stands up and takes one step forward. So he is now looming over you guys, and he sniffs you. Constantine, he is going to point at you and say, "You there, you don't smell like the rest of them. Where are you from?"
Very wild, my lordies.
He nods and says, "That will explain your height." And then turns and lays back and goes back and lays down on the pile of treasure.
Okay, at least I surprised him.
You're interesting. You might
Yeah,
live.
yeah, there's a huge chance, and I'm small. That means it's not so interesting to eat me.
Yeah. Anyway, the heralds announce the diplomats from the fleet of Tiamat's daughters, and you get two half dragons come in, and they are pointed to stand about 15 feet to you guys' left. There is a red half dragon and a white half dragon. And The weighty dragon that called for them then asked the court herald, pointing in you guys' direction, which of these creatures is the captain? Bill, you will be pointed out to them.
Okay.
And the king will then say, yeah, we might as well hear what they have to say. And Bill looks at you and says, you may give me your message.
Thank you, your most exalted high one. You know, it's a great pleasure.
He looks at you and says, mighty one will do.
Mighty one. Thank you.
Go on.
Mighty one, I have an official message, and then one message that is unofficial but needs to be delivered in the utmost of secrecy. And I will read the prepared statement from the kingdom.
Okay. He will listen. He will then say, we will listen to your private message. Clear the audience hall. And the soldiers basically hustle out everyone except you guys and the two half-dragons. The king will then look at the half-dragons and say, you may wait in the antechamber. I'll call you. They are then escorted out of the chamber as well. There's now the 5 of you and the 3 dragons.
Mighty one, your fleets and armies will besiege the pirate kingdom and win. I understand this. And I am also a pirate. I have a crew of pirates with me. My officers are pirates. We are all pirates. And it has come to my attention that there are many dragons away from their hordes. And that even though you are in charge of the land while they are gone, shenanigans might happen. And this is probably going to get me killed. But do you want in on the action?
Are you going to attempt the persuasion roll, Bill?
Oh, if I know it's must be my role, but okay.
No, I am not.
Okay, you're just giving him the message.
Yep.
Okay. All right. He will call the half-dragons back in and look at them and say, once again, having them stand about 15 feet away from where you guys are, but well within the tempered-looking area on the marble, you know. Then he looks down at them and says, I have heard their message. It was interesting. Do you have anything more to say beyond the treaty you've offered?
Is that addressed to me?
No, that's
No,
addressed to the
both.
half dragons.
Okay.
Yep. To another embassy. We just
And
not only one emissaries here, like I understand.
the red half dragon will step forward and say, "Yes, mighty one, I do have one other bit of information to offer." And he points at you and Bill and said, "This pirate captain and his crew were part of the fleet that raided the temples of Tiamat when the statuaries and the keys to the vaults were broken loose. Since then, there has been a bounty on their head from the fleet of Tiamat. He is wanted. They all are.
If we put price on any military commander of opposite side, it will change anything.
He will look and say, "You are just pirates."
Sure, that's why we stay here and discuss it. Maybe we see you in open battle, Moron.
Anyway, no, the king will say, "No, no, we won't have that. We're civilized here." However, he looked straight at you guys and said, "Did you steal the dragon statuaries from the temple or any of the other artifacts?" By the way, last time you saw those, the half dragons had the statues and the other artifacts. There was a human and hobbit thief that flew away on a giant eagle with the rest of them.
Sure, we'll tell him that.
You're going to tell him that?
Yep.
Okay.
And we did not participate in the theft.
The king dragon is going to remain silent for a few minutes, and then he's going to turn and look at the two half dragons and said, "So you opened the vault, but you are not in direct communication or communion with Her Mightiness, Tiamat. You are just following the orders that were given when you were originally locked in the vaults." And the half dragons will acknowledge that's true, but they don't see how things have changed. They will still conquer the world in Tiamat's name.
Yep, that's a huge trouble. You can try to conquer the world in Tiamat name, and why you here? You aggressors that try to destroy everybody to turn against you.
The king dragon at this time says, "This is very delicate politically speaking. Call the best of the audience back in." And the soldiers and the people come back in. And the king then says, "The two diplomats have given me much to think on, and I will need something to help me decide." At this point, he will point straight at you, Bill, and then at the white half dragon and says, "The two of you fight to the death. Give them back their weapons. The rest of the diplomats, make sure they don't interfere. By the way, at that point in time, the rest of you will be ushered behind the cordon of guards, as will the other half dragon. Bill, they will give you and the white dragon your weapons back. By the way, you didn't get in here without giving up your weapons. But that's the same with everybody but the soldiers. But they will hand over your weapons. They will hand him his weapons. And the king will then say, okay, fight to the death.
I guess we'll roll initiative.
Yep.
All right. And
Glenn, I have one request.
Yes.
I have one of the stuff that's called silent spell. And I want to cast a silent spell that without material and verbal component on Bill.
Right.
It gives him extra speed and extra advantages. I'm not wizard. I can't do that stuff. Wizard can't, but I'm sorcerer. My magic is natural, like we can say it.
Right. Okay.
That means you will get 1 extra attack, Bill, and +2 to your armor class.
Nice. That makes me up to 27.
Okay. And right. Okay. Well then, what's your initiative, Bill?
I'll roll it right now.
You roll on your yourself?
I'm stopped. I pulled out my dice.
Oh, okay.
For this, I'll do. All right. 15 plus 5 is 20.
Okay.
Does haste give me a bonus to my initiative?
Yep.
Okay.
Or not? I don't know. I need to check.
I'm not sure without looking.
Yep. I need to double check it. Just to look somewhere here. To AC, double your speed, advantage on dexterity, 1 extra stuff. Only advantage on anything with dexterity. That means you just can roll your stuff.
Okay.
Not any pluses to that.
Okay. So 20.
Okay.
My
right.
roll.
Okay. With pluses, he has a 17. So, Bill, you get to go first.
Okay. And first strike plus 9, 12. That misses, I'm sure.
Oh, yes.
Second strike. Good God. Fucking 13.
No, that don't do it either.
Third hit.
Mm-hmm.
Natural 20. Fuck.
That connect.
Okay. I rolled a 3, a 4, and a 20. Wonderful. All right.
At least you have third strike.
Yeah. So
that's haste. Yep. And remember, if you 10 rounds not finish that fight, you will have one missed round because of haste. It's only 1 minute.
Hmm.
Okay, those were my sword strikes.
Yep.
I'm this round. I'm also activating the dancing shield to start dancing, and I'll be able to do more than just swords next round.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so that's 1d8
Hmm.
with a 6 and 3d6
Hmm.
for cold, which,
Yep.
since this is a white
Yeah.
guy,
Hmm.
a cold-based creature, don't
Hmm.
know if these get modified, but we have a 5, a 6, and a 3, so
Hmm.
that's 6 and 14 makes 20, plus 2 from the sword,
Hmm.
makes 22, plus 5 from my dex makes 27,
Hmm.
doubled,
Hmm.
which is 54.
Hmm. Yuppers. Okay. Well, let's see how he does. A natural 20.
That
His
hits.
first shot hits. And with pluses, his next one is a 19. That does not connect.
Nope.
And he will then do an action surge and get a third attack and hit you with a breath weapon. So,
So I need to roll a saving throw.
saving throw, yes.
All right. That would be +2 from me, plus. Oh, it's dexterity, right? So it's
Yes.
+2 from my magic and +5 from my dex, +7. So 14 and 7 is 21.
Great. You will only take half damage from the breath weapon. Okay, that would have been 29 points, so half of which is
14 or 15.
14.
Yeah.
You'll take 14 points of cold damage for the breath weapon. The natural 20 gets you 5 plus 3 is 8 plus 7. He does you 18 points of damage. Oh, by the way, his longsword is a frost brand.
Of course it is.
So he does. Yeah, that was. So 5 plus. So 17 doubled, which is
That would be
32.
34.
34, excuse me.
Okay.
So 34 plus 14 is 48 points of damage.
Wonderful.
And that ends this round. Bill, you're up.
Okay, we'll take care of the sword strikes first.
Mm-hmm.
We have a 11 plus 9. I mean, excuse me, 9 plus 9 is 18.
Mm-hmm.
Does that hit?
Just barely. He has an armor class of 18.
Okay.
So,
Then,
yes, it hits.
Then we
Just
have a
barely.
17 plus 9, that hits.
Mm-hmm.
Then we have a 13 plus 9, and that hits. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So 3 hits. And that was the sword.
Mm-hmm.
With my offhand, no modifications for dexterity or anything like that, so it'll be straight dice rolls. I'm going to throw fucking pepper balls in his face.
Mm-hmm.
We have a natural 20 for our first shot. 13 and a 14. So 1 hit with
One
a
of
pepper
them
ball.
hit.
1 pepper ball with a natural 20.
Okay.
Okay, now for the fucking damage.
Yep. Oh, just a sec.
All right.
He rolled a natural 20 before pluses on his saving throw for the pepper ball choking him. Okay, go ahead and roll for damage.
You cut out. I didn't hear what you said. He rolled a what?
He rolled a natural 20 on his saving throw
Okay.
versus choking on the pepper ball.
Oh, and could you check to see if he's on fire?
Yeah. No, he is not.
Okay. All right. The first shot,
Mm-hmm.
3 and 1 and 2 is 6 plus 6 on the 8-sider, so that's 12. Second shot is 8 plus 4, that's another 12.
Mm-hmm.
So 24. And that's better. 4 plus 6 is 10, plus 3 is 13, plus 4 more is 17. So 24 plus 17 is
41.
41.
Mm-hmm.
41.
Okay. Now, this particular fellow only has 75 hit points.
Well, he's
By my reckoning, you've done him a bit over 90 hit points now. Actually, pretty much close to 100. So he's at about minus 20, minus 25. I could do the exact math, but I don't care.
yeah, okay.
He's pretty dead, okay?
Okay. Good, because I'm fucking I did 48 and I have 54. So
Yeah. Uh-huh.
I'm glad he's dead.
And
I will
It's so dull, like in samurai movie.
I will bow to the king, bow to the 2 ladies in waiting, and then bow to the dead white dragon guy.
Mm-hmm.
Half dragon guy.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And then I will proceed to take all of his shit.
No.
No?
We are civilized. He's a diplomat. His shit goes with his body back to where he came from.
Ah,
Too
It's
bad.
the law.
Your law is your kingdom. I obey.
Uh-huh.
okay.
Probably the first time
But
in
he
my
is-
life I've obeyed laws, but hey.
Anyway, the king will stand up, look at this, and say, by the way, and he's saying it in a fairly matter-of-fact voice, almost bored. And he said, well, I'm just outraged. A human creature could kill someone, granted, that isn't entirely dragon, but is part dragon. Obviously, The armies of Tiamat need something else. They need leadership. And I'm it. He then calls for a scribe, and he says, call up a treaty. I am pledging my allegiance to the daughters of Tiamat. I am giving all my lands, all my troops, all my chattels and peoples, navies, and treasures to the cause. Draw that up. I will sign it. In addition, I hereby proclaim that to help out the armies, I shall personally go to the headquarters and challenge the wussy teenage red dragon who proposes to be worthy to marry one of the daughters of Tiamat in mortal combat, and then take his position as one of the ruling lords of this army and of the new kingdom we shall conquer. Points at the half dragon and says, you will fly with me and make the introductions. Tells the scribe, make sure he gets a copy of the new treaty. He then turns and looks at you guys and says, I'm just mortally and mortally offended by this, but you have diplomatic immunity, so I will not kill you. You have until tomorrow to get out of his kingdom and all the lands claimed by the armies of Tiamat. Oh, by the way, which is everything on this continent north of the village of the Great Cross. Everything south of there still belongs to the ice dragons. If you happen to raid any of those on your way out, it won't bother my conscience any. You may leave now. Get them out of here.
Thank you, Your Mightiness.
Okay.
Yeah, that sucks.
No, it's all fine. Do you ever see that somebody give up such power, especially between dragons? They will fight to death. They use everything to kill that fucking moron.
Well, he's giving it all up, but if he wins the fight against the other red dragon, he gets it all back.
Yeah, sure. That he need to win that battle.
He just
until they
needs to
fight.
win.
Yeah, and I not expect that they have fair fight, and that nobody will claim fight between them. Especially we can go to Ice Dragon and talk with them and explain their situation. That Red Dragon try to concentrate power in one place, and they will be not happy. That somebody else will fight with them. Okay, then we change plan. We need civil war between dragons.
Well, have you ever seen the movie A Fistful of Dollars?
Yep. It starred an actor called Clint Eastwood.
Yep, I know that movie, and I like it, and I see a lot of remake of that movie. But
Yeah.
a good with another good actors. But yep.
Yeah. No, the best one was the first one, the one that Clint
Sure.
was in. Oh well. Anyway, so they will escort you back to your ship, and the two warships that escorted you into the harbor are going to escort you back out. The ship of Tiamat is not allowed to leave yet. Apparently, they're being required to wait until the treaty is actually written and signed. So you will clear the harbor and you get to set your course. Oh, the 2 brigs are going to follow you. However, once you leave the harbor.
And at that moment we need message spell, but nobody had, unfortunately.
Mhm.
Yep.
We got a figurine.
Okay.
Or I should say, Drew has a figurine.
I do.
If I remember correctly, you do.
Let me check my inventory.
Mhm.
If I do, I didn't record it.
If you didn't record it, then you don't have it. Sorry. That's a very old rule that started in first edition.
Yep.
And we're old.
I get that.
Okay. Anyway,
I remember
you've
my phone might
delivered.
have cut out by then when you were telling me. Whatever the case. Oh well.
Well, sorry, but it's not the DM's job to keep track of your treasure. Okay.
Never said it was.
Yeah. Okay, well, you were on the north end of this continent, and the dragon told you that he owns the north half of it, and everything on the south half belongs to the other dragon. Do you wish to go and talk to the white dragon?
Yes,
or
we
do you
do.
wish to bail?
We're going to the White Dragons. Yep.
Okay. Well, then,
And I need to.
it's going to be about 700 miles down the coast from where you are. So, a nice ship handling roll, and
I'm actually driving again, so.
Okay. Somebody want to roll a 20-sider for Bill?
And add 7.
Natural 20.
Okay.
Boy.
That would be a 27.
Okay. Well then, well, we will head down the coast. Like I said, however long it will take you to go 600 miles, that'd be what, a couple of days.
Well, we're faster than a normal. The normal is
4 miles. You'd
an
be
hour.
5. So
We do 5, so 600 divided by 5 is what, 12? I mean 120?
Yeah,
hours?
120, yep.
120 hours.
5 days.
Yeah.
4 days.
No, yeah, 5 days. Yeah, 5 days.
Okay. Well, then.
And I'll be right back. I have to go talk to the people that
Okay.
are here at the store.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Work is work.
Yeah.
That's need to be done.
Right. Okay, well, you guys will sail down the coast for for about 6 days. And the 2 brig will shadow you until you get about 550 miles away, and then they're going to peel off and head back north.
Mm-hmm.
And when you get into the territorial waters of the White Dragon, watchtowers along the coast will, of course, begin signaling. And after about an hour or two, a galleon will come and meet you. And seeing your nice parlay sign, they will escort you south for another half day and then into a harbor. Oddly enough, the harbor looks a lot like the other one. Big, massive fortifications, heavy catapults, all of that.
Probably they stole same architecture for each other.
They might have. Let's see. There's
What? You know that if somebody like one same type,
yeah.
they just copycat each other.
Well, there are 2 cargo haulers and 4 warships in this harbor. One of the warships is flying the flag of Tiamat's navy. The others are flying a flag of a white dragon on a red background.
Okay.
You know.
We're going to see that. In any case,
by the way, the one difference you notice between this bunch and the other bunch up north, they don't have any horse archers, and their heavy armored cavalry are mounted on polar bear.
oh,
Cool.
And they are also heavily armored.
That's actually really, really badass.
They seem to only have about half as much heavy cavalry as the guys up north, but theirs is like definitely cooler. Anyway,
you already know what we offer.
Anyway, your ship docks on a pier. Bear-mounted heavy cav and a cleric of Tiamat with a staff. But he also has a patch on his left shoulder that has the symbol of the white dragon. So he's apparently a local cleric and not from the fleet.
I thought that we just on metallic dragon
Yeah.
side. Why
Yeah.
we still meet with colored dragon?
Mhm.
No, we had red, and now we got white.
Yeah, but it's colored dragon. It's not.
Mhm.
It's not metallic dragon.
Well,
We-
no, but it's one of the evil dragons that Tiamat has sway over.
Yep. That's why I question it. I thought that we just need to make agreement with good dragon.
Well,
I
you
miss my stuff.
you had a chance for that, but you said you wanted to come here. One of the other ships went to the good dragon.
That means we just fine. We just make civil war between evil dragons.
Yeah.
Oh, fine.
Yeah.
Oh, according
Anyway,
to plan.
you are
All right, Constantine, you're the head diplomat this time. I'm
Mhm.
just
Okay.
escorting you.
Okay.
Okay. Well, the cleric bids you to follow them to the palace.
Okay.
And
You
I'm going
have
to, Glenn, before
Yeah.
before you go any further, I'm
Mhm.
going to instruct the thief
Mhm.
to make the thief sign whenever we get into a crowd or something like that, but be very nonchalant, as nonchalant as you can possibly be about it.
Okay. Right. Okay. Well, you will you get to walk here. 20 of the bear cavalry surround you, and you got 100 foot soldiers. Half of them heavy infantry, and half of them archers that will then follow along behind as you guys walk about a mile inland. And guess what? There's a really big palace there.
Hmm.
Looks like it was
Probably,
built for dragons.
yeah, probably they just copycat each other. They
Yeah.
think it's
But
nice.
I bet you this time we have a king and two fucking court. What do you call it? Gigolos instead of.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
We'll see.
Okay. Okay, well, by the way, this place looks rich, although the other one was decorated primarily in like reds, and this one is more into whites and purples. So, more diamonds and amethysts than rubies in the decorations.
Right.
And when you get to the audience hall, there's a bunch of petitioners, a line of troops, and on the far side of the troop, there's a really massive pile of treasure. And what you have is
Deja vu, apparently.
yeah, except that what we have is a ancient white dragon female
Told
and
you.
a adult dragon male, looks to be maybe 250,
Boy
and
toy.
actually son.
Oh.
Hmm.
He's the king, she's his mother. The other white dragon is a female, looks to be about 200. Mhm. You guys are warned not to speak unless addressed by the Great Ones. You know, all that. They will announce you, and the ancient white dragon tells the hall steward, bring the other diplomats. And they bring in a white half dragon and a black half dragon and a half dozen humans. Two of them appear to be fighter types, samurai armor, that sort of shtick, and the others all are clerics of Tiamat.
It's two separate group or the same group?
Same group.
Wow. Strange. Okay. Something interesting.
And the king, the White King, then asks, which of you creatures is the captain?
Captain he is, but diplomat is I am.
You are the diplomat.
Yes,
He then
my
looks
liege.
and says, awfully short for a diplomat.
It's not so matter, my liege.
That's what she said.
Anyway.
That you're young not means that you are not wise, my liege.
He tells you he will hear your message.
And I would just, like previously, Bill said that we have official part and part that we need to discuss personally.
Okay. Well then, he will listen as you give the official declaration. And then he will tell the soldiers to clear the audience chamber. Then to the soldiers he will say, take the other delegation to the waiting room. Then turns and looks at the two lady dragons and says, my queen, mother, please. They both huff and then leave. And you are now in the chamber with the king. Oh, by the way, the guards that came with you, they do not leave. They are still standing around you. And the king points at you, Constantine, and then points at a spot in front of him and says, you may come here and give me your message.
I comment on that parade and say truth. We're here to help you beat another dragon, to grab their lands and their stuff, because they're busy to fight with us, and we're just here to offer you any help and anything that you need to be as powerful as you can, till you're not, till you make your enemies busy, because they all fight against us. Wholly true, without any try, because I understand that I am in circle of truth.
Okay.
I don't even need to make roll for this.
Well, you can do a persuasion roll
Okay.
if you want.
Oh,
You can-
yeah, sure. It will be my roll because I have +7 to this stuff. 13 plus 7, 20 total, not natural.
Okay. And let's see what he has. Okay. He calls to have the audience back and the others, his mother and his wife, come back in. The other diplomats and and the audience, and the king will then whisper something in Draconian to his mother. And she looks at him and then looks at you guys and says, also in Draconian, but in a loud voice, says something back. Actually, what she said is, "Really?" And then the king stands up and says, I have heard proposals from both sides in the war, and I have made my decision. He then turns to the delegation from Tiamat's armies and says, regretfully, I will have to decline your offer at this time. But you will be seeing me again in the future. Leave my kingdom now. And soldiers surround them and hustle them out of the audience chamber. The Dowager Queen, the king's mother, will say, Scribe, draw up a treaty of alliance with the pirate kingdom. Our son will sign it, and we will send messengers with it back to the pirate kingdom. The king
Like
will
I'm in a
now
parallel
look at you
universe.
guys, or actually look at Constantine and say, your ship, as a sign of our alliance, your ship will lead our fleet against the Red Dragon's lands to the north of this continent. Sink every ship in his fleet and every ship of his allies.
Thank you, my lord. I have one question.
Yes.
Old dragon, move away. Leave only to his concubine. Do we need to kill they or leave here for your highness?
He then looks at you and says, his spies said that the two concubines took the juvenile dragons from his hatchlings and are moving them north to the headquarters of Tiamat's armies on the continent of Harvest. It must have happened after you left.
I'm sorry, Marish.
But if you get a chance to steal any of his treasure, he will magnanimously allow you to keep half of it for yourselves.
Yeah, right. Thank you. Thank you, Your Greatness.
Great, thank you, Your
Yeah.
Greatness. Yeah.
Anyway, he then says, send them to our admirals. Summon the fleet, all ships and all fighters. They will launch as soon as it is ready. I need to speak with the generals myself. He then turns to the Lady Dragon and says, we shall fly air support, you and I, for the army. My lesser dragons will support the fleet. Mother, you must guard the capital and our treasure. You may go. He makes a waving motion towards you. And your guards escort you out of the audience chamber. And then take you to another part of the palace.
Okay. In any case, we are just fine with it. I'm definitely happy with the result. Unexpectedly good result.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Better than
it's a
the last
start.
time.
Yep.
Well, actually,
Custom.
you've been taken to the part of the palace where the Admiralty is housed. And you're taken to a large room with, well, a huge map of the hemisphere. With a couple of things noted that are on maps that or they're not on any maps that you guys know about.
Okay.
I will pay close attention and add them to my cartographic repertoire.
Somebody roll a investigation for Bill.
For Bill,
Yeah.
I will want to remember myself because for Bill it's 18 with pluses. I don't know for investigation, and my plus 6.
7.
You have plus 7 to investigation. Oh, I have only plus 6. That's
Okay.
for Bill. It's 25. For me, it's 20.
Okay.
I have cartography as a skill.
Right.
Yep.
Which gives him extras for this. But okay. Then both of you, however, memorize the things that are on this map that are not on you guys' maps. And you will be introduced to about a dozen high-ranking naval guys. Each one shows up with 5 or 6 flunkies. You don't get introduced to the flunkies, just to the bigwigs. But and they tell you that we are to sweep the seas around here, Queen, and to raid up and down the coast.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
They have practically copy of your fortress. like I understand,
Mhm.
like I saw. Do you know where their fleet is based? Maybe we just can close them in one place and just finish it
Mhm.
in one moment. After that, with freedom of movement, you will just take everything else.
Mhm. Right.
I have a kind of a different thought.
Mhm.
Let's rob the fucking red guys blind.
Right.
It will be a second part of the plan, but before I want to that nobody can go after us. That's
Mhm.
why if we just use branders and destroy their fleet in harbor.
Mhm. Right. Okay. Well,
Well, it's been
unfortunately, the majority of their treasure is in their mountain palace, not at
Sure.
one of the coastal ones.
Yeah.
damn the luck.
No, I understand that. It was obvious that they put in somewhere near, but if we destroy their
However,
fleet,
he says, however, uh, their major gold mines are within striking range of the coast, and it is near where they have their main fleet base.
mm, that sounds better.
Hmm. Yeah.
Uh, can I read all your plans about that place?
Hmm. Yes. Uh, they will hand you the plans that they have.
I will investigate it with advantages in all my stuff.
Mhm.
Good that I have advantage
And
Mhm.
because I roll 19 and 1.
Okay.
25 total.
Yeah, you really don't want a battle plan done by the one.
Yep.
I have a question.
Yes.
You said we had the minor dragons with the fleet.
Yes. Mhm.
Um, how many?
Checking. Uh, you have 6. They
How
are.
big is the
Let's see.
how big how big is the harbor?
Uh, well, it would have been something you could say dock about 2 dozen ships in, so it would be a pretty good sized place.
If we have all these white dragons, freeze the harbor, their ships can't move.
Mm-hmm.
And if we load ourselves up with a shit ton of infantry as well as the regular sailors, we could go and take their fucking navy.
That's quite interesting. Oh, by the way, when I said there were 6 lesser dragons, only
Yeah.
4 of them are white dragons. 2 of them
Okay.
are blue dragons. So you
Okay.
have a
Some electricity damage.
yeah.
So we
You
got the blue dragons to attack the walls around the harbor, and the white
mhm,
guys to freeze the harbor.
right. One of them is a young dragon. The other 3 are adults, but none of them are more than 300 years of age. So they would be, those would be huge sized creatures, but only about half the size of the red dragon you saw up north. Only about a quarter the size of Mom, who's guarding the capital. But, yeah. But yeah, if you had 4 of them freeze the harbor, or even just the harbor entrances, as much as they could freeze, they're trapped.
Yep.
So yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yep. They will be sitting duck.
Mm-hmm. Okay. By the way, you're 19, Constantine. Trying to take this place from the seaside is a tough proposition. Well, from any direction would be a tough proposition. But it seems to be mainly geared against naval and air attacks. It would be a bit easier to attack it from the landward side if you had sufficient troops. So,
Or we could do both.
yeah.
Like the way that the Japanese took Singapore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, then.
Or the way the Turks took Malta.
Yep. Yes. Mm-hmm. Anyway.
Hopefully without all the digging.
Right. Mm-hmm. Okay, well, they will give orders to have as many troops as they can get, and all the ships that they can sail there within an acceptable time window. And have everybody start heading towards that place first. And they start giving orders. You guys, let's see. Since your ship is going to leave the fleet, You can only stay here for 2 days, and then you must leave to get to the rendezvous.
Oh, at least we have 2 days.
So you have 2 days. You will be spending about 14 hours a day talking to different naval officers or Marine commanders or whoever the hell, you know.
Responsible for that nonsense.
Yeah. They then give you, you know, gourmet feast at night and, well, quite literally palatial quarters to sleep in. Servants will
I have
look
a question.
after you. Yes.
Do you have any specially prepared light catapult ammunition? You know, acid, Autoluke's freezing sphere, you know, something along those lines.
Mm-hmm. Okay. They can make you a couple before your ship sails. Let me.
Most of our stuff is for fire and, well, these are the red dragons, right?
Right. Yeah. Okay, Bill. They can get you 2 Autoluke's freezing sphere projectiles and 4 acid filled.
Okay. And on our ship,
Mm-hmm.
on the port side, we are going to construct, you know, those portable arrow barriers like infantry would carry.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we're going to put those on one side of the ship,
Mm-hmm.
and everything is transportable, right? And we'll
Yeah.
set up for whichever way we decide to, you know, do
Uh-huh.
a line across their front.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And we'll also get our ballista into a transportable configuration, because right now it's fixed.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So we'll take the carriages up and put the, you know, bulky round wheels on them, and have lash points put on the deck so we can lash it down.
That's a maybe. Let me roll for that, please.
Right. Well, we have gnomes.
You have gnomes, yes. Bill.
Yeah.
We get to swap 2 of our fixed place ballista for 2 mobile ones that are here at the fortification,
Okay.
and we can get you tie down points, 2 on either side, so you can switch them from port to starboard or starboard to port, but you can only do 2 of them that way in the time allotted.
Very good.
And you only got that because your artifactors got pluses. Their rolls were pathetic. So
I'll take it.
yeah. Also, the arrow shields, the pop-up arrow shields, are going to make boarding, I mean, you guys is boarding someone else more difficult.
I
Okay.
understand, but we're thinking about attacking their fixed fortifications.
Okay. Anyway, just thought I'd mention that.
You know, with shit tons of fucking archers.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Who have a height advantage on us.
Oh, not only that, they get to stand behind a chest-high wall, which means they have 3/4 cover.
Right.
And a height advantage on you. That means they shoot with advantage and you shoot with disadvantage, and they get a +3 to their armor class.
Well, their advantage is kind of negated by our defensive dudes.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just going to be a straight up fucking fire.
Mm-hmm.
But they have to also hit us behind cover.
Yep.
So
that gives you advantage
+3 AC.
extra AC, and they have disadvantage. So once again, it all evens out.
Not all. We still shoot to them with disadvantage. They just shoot to us without advantage.
Exactly. Well, yeah, but it beats the hell out of both happening.
Yeah.
However, yes.
Better than nothing.
Right.
I can't give orders to the Dragon's fleet, but I'm going to let it be known that our targets will be their siege weaponry.
Right. Okay.
And hopefully they will also be shooting at the siege weaponry.
Right.
I think about maybe we can do something strange. They prepare for... No, they not prepare for attack. But
Well,
maybe they figure out. Yep.
They probably are, since we told
Yep.
him we were going to be causing mischief and wanted to know if he wanted to be in on it. I'm pretty sure a super genius fucking red dragon could figure that part out.
Okay. Let's see. But why he give him opportunity to move here? I not understand then. He was so efficient in it. He think that we not have opportunity to mess up with his fleet. I don't think so. But we'll see how it's going.
Yep. All right. Well,
Constantine.
Yep.
We could really play this up. In the middle of the night, do you want to sneak away and go warn the red dragons that we're coming?
I see your point. I think about something similar, that they both lose a lot of ships, troops, and all that stuff. Yes. That we practically destroy both sides in mortal fight. Yes, I think about the same stuff.
Now,
But I think about that a little bit different. I want to give them opportunity to destroy fleet, but second attack on
Mhm.
the land must be that they destroy it, and we have some advantages. But we'll see how it's going.
Well, you could go warn them about the impending attack on the Mountain Palace.
Yep.
Mhm. Yeah.
Because if they stay without fleet, we have a huge issue that they not give. If we destroy their fleet, nobody go after us when we rob their gold mine.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's plan. And after that, when they just lose every land force and just blood each other, both sides totally,
Yeah.
and give destroy army on one side and give another side opportunity to just destroy their land from the fleet perspective. And while will stay another force, and a second one will be just on continent.
Hmm.
And one more stuff: Red Dragon not have a fleet to move his forces against us. And if he will begin in charge of that stuff, he can move his previous forces.
Hmm.
Well, I
Okay,
hope you understand that we cannot go back to the Pirate Isles for a while,
sure.
right? Because, well, they would think we would try and go home with all of our loot, but we need to go somewhere else.
Hmm.
I don't know how many others evil dragon we need to meet, but again, if at least we can
Well,
start
Well,
fight between two.
yeah, we have to
the
be successful first.
well,
Yep.
these two were the only ones you were required to make contact with.
Mm. Okay.
They had other people contacting the others. So uh, now the other thing to think about is uh, it took you like uh, about 6 days sailing to get here from the
Yep.
Red Dragon's territory. So Constantine could not fly that far and back in one night.
No, no, no. We said about that a little bit later.
You
I
do
said that.
that when the fleet gets together, you'll be
Yep.
closer. So you're
Yep.
going to wait until then, and then going to give them a little warning.
Yep.
Hmm. Okay.
I want to warn them only about land strike. That fleet can win.
Hmm.
Yeah, the Mountain Palace.
Yep.
Right. Hmm. Okay. So you'll warn them about the army coming, but not
Yep.
about the navy. Got it.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
Idea that destroy army of one kingdom and fleet of another, and
Hmm.
they stuck, try to make as much damage to each other just separately.
Hmm. Right.
I
Okay.
hope it help.
Right. Okay. Well, then anything that you wish to do uh, while you're here, then, aside from, like I said, they'll get you the ballista ammo and the modifications to your ship. Uh,
I want to see artifact traders, and maybe at last here we will get somebody who can sold me wand of polymorph.
mhm.
That's probably only one stuff that I need.
Right. Okay. Well, they Apologize. They cannot get a wand of polymorph for you in time. But would you be interested in 5 potions of polymorph?
Um, okay, how much?
Oh no, there is no how much. You're
Oh,
requesting it as part of the fleet. This is
oh,
supplies you need for the attack, or at least that's the
yeah.
form that you're going to fill out,
Okay,
and you're
I will grab it.
yeah,
I will grab it.
you're just requisitioning the potions. After all, you're the ship's sorcerer. You need magic stuff, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Who would turn down the free polymorphs?
Yeah. Well, you got 5 of them for free.
Okay.
And whoever that is backstage, we are playing Dungeons and Dragons right now. And I'll let you in after the game is over.
I think it's who.
Oh, hey, who? Woohoo!
Okay, we have all turned into owls. Got it.
Well, the
That's
guy's name is
polymorph to an owl potion. Yeah. Oh. Oh well.
Is there any place around here I could make use where I could make use of these red dragon scales and whatnot that I skinned off a juvenile red dragon?
Not show it, please, here. It's Dragon Kingdom. If you show dead body of dragons, I not think that they will be very happy.
And Drew, I would like to remind you that you gave that to a tradesman in the underwater city.
Yeah, he was going to turn it into armor for you.
Okay, thank you.
All you have to do
I'm
is get back to the underwater city, and it'll be finished when you get there. Keeping
Very
in
well.
mind that that's where, well, in the Pirate Isles, which is currently under siege.
Mm-hmm. Oh well.
But
Carry on, please.
yeah, okay. Well, then you'll talk strategy and bullshit with admirals for 2 days. Request or requisition some stuff. Then head down to your ship. Aside from the ships that were there are 9 other warships, a couple of sloops, and a couple of frigates, and so on and so forth. But so, well, you're now with 13 other ships. You're the 14th ship, and the king will come down to the harbor and give everybody a pep talk. Hot damn. He just rolled a natural 20 on his performance. You guys are all inspired. You want to go and kick Red Dragon ass. And everybody else on the fleet's all cheering and clapping and
Happy about that. Yep.
Huzzah.
Yep. Okay.
Oh, and just to be legal, let's take the parlay sign down and put the sailbacks up.
Yep.
Right.
Just in case.
Just in case, yeah. By the way, a blue dragon, and a young adult white dragon. Both of these are females, are going to be flying along with your part of the fleet. They will pick the two largest ships in the fleet, and that will be the one that they curl up on the deck of.
Thank God it's not us.
And people get to work around them.
All right. And while we're attacking the fortifications or any other ships that come near us,
Mhm.
we are going to drop sail and go completely on our sweeps,
Mhm.
just like a real Barbary pirate would.
Mhm.
That way they can't shoot our rigging away because, well, we've stowed it.
Right. Okay. Mhm. Okay. I will need a ship handling from Bill, and I will need a percentile roll from someone for random encounters.
Ship handling +7, total is 15.
Okay.
Yay!
Mhm.
You like guidance?
Yeah, +7 is nice. Yeah. Need
Very
to
well.
request guidance just in case. Next
Yeah.
time.
You only get a 1. Sorry.
No, not a big
Okay.
deal. 15 probably will be enough.
Very
Mhm.
well.
Okay. Right. Oh, and a percentile. Whoever
Percentile?
wants.
Okay. I can roll it. Why not? What I lose?
Yeah, roll it.
66.
Okay. Right. Okay. Well, when you arrive at the rendezvous, uh, you will find that of the 25 other ships that were waiting here for you, all but 6 of them have been sank.
Hmm. Okay.
Uh, and they tell you that the they gathered here, and 2 days before you guys showed up, it would have taken you 4 days to sail to get here. They were attacked by the Red Dragon's fleet,
Hmm.
uh, accompanied by all of his lesser dragons.
Hmm.
And basically, they had 25 ships. The Red Dragon had 40. They said they sank 10 of his, and and the rest, and then, like say, the rest of their ships were sank. They wounded 2 of the lesser dragons, and they then flew off.
Okay, then we have a trouble and opportunity.
Oh, it gets better. As they were leaving, one of the Red Dragons in the attack force dropped a chest on one of the surviving ships. When they opened it, it has a letter addressed to you guys
Hmm.
in person.
Hmm.
It's from the Dragon King.
Ah, okay.
And it says, I should have been an actor and gone into theater. I knew you'd pull some stunt like this. But
And
you gave
expected.
him a good chuckle. That's rare these days.
I will kill that actor. It's not a big deal.
Anyway, and then it's signed with, he wishes you the best of luck.
I will kill that motherfucker. We still have a trouble. We need. They have their fleet concentrated. We have 6 ships. How we can beat 40 ships with 6?
Well, you have 14 ships plus 6.
Hmm.
We have
There were
20
6
ships.
here waiting for you, and you showed up with 14. So you've got 20. And there is another part of your fleet that hasn't arrived yet, but should show up in another day or two.
Yep.
So
Then we have something. At least they concentrate their fleet. That we not need to run around. They will try to mess up with us in general fight, not in harbor.
okay.
Okay. What we can do with that?
Well, I would suggest that we disperse and then come back tomorrow. That way they can't fucking corner all of us at one point.
Yep.
Again.
Kind of know where we are.
Yep.
Mhm.
And that's what I want to use.
And
By the way, the captain, highest ranking captain of the surviving ships, wants to know if any of you guys have a magical way of spotting spies on board the fleet. Because he's pretty sure nobody outside of the fleet knew about the rendezvous. He's pretty sure there's spies been talking back and forth.
Okay.
We made the plans in the palace.
Well, there's spies in the palace. Everybody knows that. We've got spies in theirs. They've got spies in ours. But he's worried about spies actually with the fleet. If you got any way of spotting them.
We just can interrogate people, unfortunately.
Okay.
But it is what it is.
No, we don't. Sorry.
Okay. He doesn't either. He can intimidate them too, but okay. Now
And that's why I just want offer a little bit different plan.
Okay.
They know that we're here and they will try to kill us all together here.
Hmm.
And what I want to do, I still want to use branders against their fleets. And I want to that we somehow put our ships in same place like in trap. But such way that they have only one way to go here.
Hmm.
And then in that place we just show few branders that
Hmm.
must mess up with their fleet. If we have and then we have only one trouble.
Hmm.
Dragons.
Hmm.
And I need any idea how we can fuck up that dragons.
Well, you have dragons showing up. We have 2 with you and 4 others that'll show up here. Uh,
We need to provide somehow advantage to our dragon.
right.
That's huge stuff.
Hmm.
I
Well.
have few ideas, but again,
Hmm.
it's nonsense. Mm-hmm. Ah. Okay.
Well.
Any
Uh,
ideas?
Hmm. Not yet.
mhm.
I
Well,
won't just concentrate them. They know that we are here because of spy or something like that. And I just need to make them surprise
Mhm.
because they have bigger fleet. If we can control weather,
Mhm.
imagine that we stay in harbor and they stay in open sea, and then
I've
they want to be in harbor. But
I've got a question, Constantine.
yep,
We have 5 potion bottles of sea serpent attraction.
hmm,
yep.
Yeah.
yeah, by the way,
Mhm.
Uh, what do you
if
think?
we get them to dive into water, maybe
No,
it will
it
be
will be.
useful.
I want to know how big
We can't
entrance in
do
that
anything.
harbor. Let's imagine that we protect our ships inside the harbor and
Mhm.
seal the harbor with ice that sea monster can't get after us. And when their fleets come here, we just put sea monster here, and
Mhm.
they need that 40 ships need to deal with sea monster or die.
Well.
But we need somehow entrap that ship here with sea monsters. And that's huge deal. But
Yeah.
idea with that stuff, I like it.
Mhm. Well,
Oh,
the other option is
I have just simple idea.
okay.
We can bring our ships here, wait enemy fleet, and before we damage it, we just put our ship on shore. They can't do anything against us. They try to attack us, and we just put sea monster against them. And
Mhm.
we just stuck on few days here till sea monster go away.
Mhm. Yeah. Well.
We not see that sea monster can attack on shore, like I
Well.
remember.
Yeah. Well, the other thing to think about is uh, if you have your fleet back here at the rendezvous point, you know they're going to try and come back and hit it here, right?
Yep.
Well, if you have some of your flying people or water breathing people take those potions, you wait until their fleet is coming to attack you guys here, and then you dump it on 5 different ships, preferably their flagship and the 4 other biggest ships they got, and then your fleet runs away. They chase you, and then the sea monsters chase their fleet, and the sea monsters are faster than sailing ships. And that way, you can destroy their fleet out in the ocean. And it doesn't get you the harbor, but it gets rid of their fleet. And then they don't have a fleet to defend the harbor.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I think about the same, but just stay our ships put on shore. But
Yeah.
again, if we can ride them, that will be faster than they are. But
Yeah.
again, it was against my plan. Just I don't plan to fly away
Mhm.
because we still have one issue:
Mhm.
dragons.
Well,
Because
you have dragons, and so do they. But
yeah,
all the dragons that attacked your fleet were the lesser dragons that worked for the
yeah,
Red King. So you have dragons, and so do they. But if you get rid of their fleet, then you have a fleet and dragons against their dragons.
mm, okay. Your plan with open sea much better from my point of view.
Well, if my plan doesn't work, you can still run away.
Yeah,
You know?
try to run away.
Try to run away anyway.
Yeah, but again,
Mhm.
we have one advantage. It happens in open sea. That
Mhm.
means the dragon can't um, uh, get rest and just need to fly
Mhm.
around without their ship. That
Yeah.
gives some advantage,
Well,
and maybe we even can.
they can, yeah.
Yeah.
We'll see how
Well,
it goes.
if they don't have ships to land on,
Yep,
uh, they have to either find an island to rest on or go back to the continent, whichever, you know.
yep.
But yeah. Anyway, uh, the other option is have dump the sea serpent potion in the harbor and let the sea serpents trash the harbor.
Yeah, no idea with open sea. I don't know.
But yeah, if you can get the sea serpents to sink their fleet while you guys are, you know, out in the ocean, you can always come back and attack the harbor later.
Yep.
Anyway,
Okay. Let's
uh,
try with destroy the fleet and then we'll see how it's going. Without fleet, it's much easier to destroy harbor. In any case, without fleet, we can just go to the mine
mhm,
and touch harbor.
mhm, yeah. Okay. Well, then. Okay. Well, then you guys will disperse your fleet for the night and come back here in the morning to link up with the third segment of your fleet that's supposed to be here then. And if the Red Dragon's fleet shows up, you're going to try and dump sea serpent potion on them and
and see
sail
how it's going.
away until they get.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And flying people, Drew, you're already level 5. Yep.
Say again, please.
You're already level 5. You can't transform to flying creature.
No, not
No, but
yet.
he can swim now.
Yes.
Ah,
Yep.
okay.
He can drink a potion of polymorph and polymorph
Yep.
himself into a seagull. You know.
Yeah, I know. That's why I prefer that he polymorph is something bigger. He just stealthily swim to the ship, and when he dump that potion, he need to be very fast and not in sea.
Yeah.
That's why you will go in with swimming with Roma, and then you will go both got that potion of polymorph to fly away. Hmm. And I will probably use invisibility to again move to the ship. And then we have 3 potions that we can spread in against the main and fastest ship. And we'll see how it's going.
Okay. Somebody roll me a a percentile for the overnight.
I roll Roma.
Okay, yeah. Let's see. Oh, it's 00.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Well, I'll be damned. You the fleet scatters with plans to come back in the morning, and you guys sail off. You don't have any random encounters until about an hour before sunrise. And that's when whoever you stuck in the crow's nest with pluses has a 22 on his perception roll. And he yells out the alarm, and in the sky above you and slightly to the south is a flying ship. And on the deck of this ship, among other things, there's the little constructs. And they call to you and wave.
Hi.
Hey guys, we're back.
That's unexpected.
Anyway, the ship will settle down onto the ocean and begin floating on a course that parallels yours. And the constructs ask you guys to come aboard for a parlay.
Okay.
Okay.
Anyway, you get to launch a boat and go over to the other ship. Perception rolls from everybody.
Okay. That's a trap.
Well,
Uh,
totally
5.
might be.
Totally 7. Not a
Okay.
big deal. I didn't see
22.
anything. Oh, yep.
Uh-huh.
Mhm.
Somebody has eyes here.
Okay.
But sadly, not much brains.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you go over to the other ship and come aboard. You recognize the constructs and the crew of the ship. Oddly enough, you recognize them too. Of the ship, they are those escaped slaves from the tower that that ended up on the island with all the dimensional gates.
Hmm.
And there's basically a dozen of these women. They're all women, by the way, but they're from the crowd of escaped slaves. Most of them are hobbits. And then there's one person that you don't know. This is a construct, but was made in human height and human form, even though her the exterior looks to be made out of metal and ceramic. So she looks like a very realistic statue that's moving. And she's wearing a tunic dress and a stola. This is the traditional dress of the royalty for the Byzantine half of the Roman Empire, by the way.
Okay.
And the constructs introduce you to this lady robot. Her name is Geometra of the House of von Neumann.
Oh God.
And you may address her as Your Excellency.
Okay.
Anyway, she looks at you guys and she says that the fellas, points to the constructs that you know, said you are pirates. Very successful pirates.
That's true, Your Excellency.
Guilty as charged.
Then she wishes to discuss a business matter with you.
Hmm.
Okay.
We are happy to help.
She gestures to the ship and says, I will trade you this ship in exchange for your services.
Mhm.
You've got me a chinch.
I need for you to take this ship back to my home system and rescue my sister. And then raid my father's tax payment convoy and take all of it. She seems very angry, by the way.
Okay.
But she wants you to take her father's share of this year's taxes.
So it's family matters.
You want us? Let me get this straight, Your Excellency. You want us to take this ship,
Mhm.
rescue your beautiful sister,
Yes,
and steal your father's tax payment?
yes. Mhm.
What
That is
we need,
correct.
that tax payment we grab to ourselves,
don't-
or we need to.
Don't ask the question.
Okay.
This is a question we don't need to ask.
Okay.
If she doesn't answer it, we can fucking decide.
Actually,
It's not how it's work with excellence. They usually decide on their way if we not agree at something else.
actually, no. She is willing to let you keep half of the tax payment, but the other half must go to the constructs, the 5 constructs that you know.
Ah, the
That is
fellas.
their share. Mhm.
Okay. And what's special in that ship?
She looks at you and says, Stardust. They pay their taxes in the Empire in Stardust. And the constructs speak up and say, and Zach's submarine warship plans, we need to waterproof the submarines so that they don't leak out all the air. That requires a magical substance called sovereign glue. It's in the Dungeon Master's Guide. One of the key components to that is stardust. Constantine, you as from the Feywild, about half of the magic items made in the Feywild have to have stardust as one of the components. It's very valuable stuff. More valuable than platinum or gold.
I see. You offer me a whole ship of stardust for practically engine of Feywild magic.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Well, apparently this lady construct who is angry at her father. Oh, she's also angry at the emperor and the emperor's heir, especially him.
Okay.
Only
But
an arranged marriage she's not approving of.
actually, no, she would have been happy for the arranged marriage. She is the emperor's heir's kept mistress.
Ah.
And apparently someone else's father arranged a marriage for someone by the name of Binaria from the house of Modem. And apparently the fact that this woman is marrying the emperor's heir is a particular sore spot for her, and she's just his mistress. Some reason or other, she doesn't like this other woman. And the fact that she gets to marry the emperor's heir and someday become empress has really torqued her off. She blames her father for not negotiating better.
And no, I'm not familiar with your empire. Isn't there some way you could discredit this woman? Maybe have her be caught in an affair with a dashing pirate?
Oh, if only she could catch her with an organic. That would ruin her reputation big time. Yes. But upon talking to this woman a little further and the constructs, apparently the empire she is talking about is referred to as the Pax Mechanicus,
Yeah.
the piece of the machines, or the construct empire. It's what everybody else calls it.
Right.
Apparently, out there's a planet full of constructs where organics like, well, humans, elves, orcs, all that are kept as slaves of these machines.
Ah.
And she is one of the nobility of the empire, daughter of the head of one of the great houses.
I love that plane. They so love order. For a
Anyway,
while, it's yep.
the
Mess up.
constructs. Anyway, the constructs say that they're all constructs there. They took over one planet and part of 3 others in their wild space. Unfortunately, the next wild space system to them is full of religious nutballs that worship the cosmic computer, and they're all constructs too, but they're a theocracy. And they fight with the Empire, and the Empire with them. Oh, they also enslave organics. But halfway between these 2 wild space systems is a giant nebula. The nebula is almost 60% stardust. That's where they get theirs, and the theocracy gets theirs, and we're hoping to get some of it too.
And who has your sister captive?
She is on the Imperial Palace on the smaller of the 2 moons of her home world. She is also a acknowledged mistress of the king, or of the emperor's heir. She was the mistress on his ship, and she was the one at the palace. By the way, this used to be his yacht. If you want to know exactly what the ship is, if you can get your hands on a copy of D&D's Astral Adventures, it's part of the Spelljammer ship, page 32, the Hammerhead ship. They have all the specs for it there. And if you don't have access to that book, that's too bad.
It's our trouble. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I don't own a copy of it either. I'm borrowing Eric's copy. Actually, I got the whole set. But they're Eric's, and I'm only borrowing them.
Yep.
So, the 3-book set runs about $60 if you buy them new. That's why I don't have my own set, because, well,
It's okay.
That's a significant chunk of my grocery budget right there. But Anyway, she is offering to give you this ship in exchange for saving her sister and robbing her father.
We are definitely in. How fast it need to be done? We just have some
I have
issues.
another question.
Yes,
Is this your ship to give away?
of course it is.
Okay.
Do you really think she said the truth?
Nope. Sometimes
Technically, this ship
not really.
belongs to the prince,
Yep.
and she's his mistress. But she has decided that she's had enough. When he announced his engagement to Binaria, she decided that she would have to murder both of them. But before she could do that, the constructs showed up and stole the yacht. Well, actually, they didn't steal the yacht. They were trying to make a getaway and couldn't get back to the gate, the dimensional gate. So they grabbed the yacht, and she pushed her chaperone overboard and hit one of the guards and got into the Spelljammer helm, which, by the way, nobody knew that she was attuned to this, and she took off. And then her and the constructs got rid of the other guards while they were, well, flying through the air. And the long and the short of it was, she told the constructs her troubles, and they told her that they knew some pirates that could probably help.
That I have some experience in such nonsense.
Uh-huh. And so they brought her back here. They stopped on the island to get some extra help because running the ship with just the 5 of them and a pilot was kind of taxing.
Okay.
Anyway,
I have strange feelings that I need to figure out how to use flying ship.
well, at the moment, she, Geometra, is the only one who can fly it.
Yep.
But she said she would give the ship to you, at which time then you would have to become attuned to it, which requires an identification spell. Or you can have someone who is attuned to it transfer the attunement to you. But if they do that, then they're no longer attuned, and they can't fly it as well.
What requirements are there to becoming attuned?
You can either study the Spelljammer helm and gain attunement that way. It takes a couple of days study and meditation, and you have to be setting in the chair. The helm is a big magical chair. Anyway, you have to be setting in it. Or you have to set in it and cast an identify spell. Those are the 2 ways to do it. Or you have someone who's attuned to it transfer the attunement to you. In which case, you both touch the helm and they say the magic word.
Do you need to be a magic user or anything like that?
I don't think so. I will look that one up in the Astral Adventures guide, but as far as I know, no. Here we go. Magic. Got it. Okay.
At least we have some place where we go after finish this fleet.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Shit, that was my turn.
You know, it doesn't say anything here about particular character classes. You have to be either be an artifactor or a wizard to create one.
Mm. But use can everybody. Okay.
Yeah. No, that's what it looks like here. It doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't say anything here about restrictions on character classes for.
Would my ship handling be transferable?
No, it would not. I can tell you that for free.
And what is the primary statistic that determines your ability to handle the ship?
Well, probably flying ship handled quite differently than swimming.
Right. I'm just
Yeah.
wondering, you know, is it intelligence, wisdom, dexterity,
Charisma.
Yeah.
charisma?
I take 2 of that stuff. I can with highest intelligence and with highest charisma here. One because of artifact, second one because it such happens.
Okay. Okay, from what I'm seeing here, it'd primarily be intelligence, Bill.
All right. Then Constantine is our new captain.
Yeah. Till we have that
Now,
artifact.
a lot of Spelljammer ships have a captain and then they have someone else as the pilot. That way the captain can give overall directions and orders to the guys running the ballista and that sort of thing. Not worry too much about flying the ship. He lets a pilot do that. Although usually those captains are attuned to the helm too, just in case something happens to your pilot. You want, more than one.
Yep,
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
because it makes some issue.
Mm-hmm.
Well, do you want
Now,
to be the captain, or do you want me to stay being captain and you just pilot? Or should
Ah,
we make Roma captain?
yep.
yeah,
But we don't want to abandon our regular ship, right? Basically, this one can be like
Sold.
aerial reconnaissance.
well, it was
I
not
prefer.
uncommon for somebody to own more than one ship.
Yeah,
They'd use,
I really don't want to take our flying ship in against the dragons, though.
Mhm.
Just saying.
Right.
yep. But maybe they have some advantage against dragons because when you're on regular ship, you're a sitting duck
Hmm.
against dragon. In flying ship, you have something similar to them.
Hmm.
Yeah, you can fly slower than them.
Yeah. However, there is
And
one
you're
thing
less.
they can do that dragons can't. When you get to the top of the atmospheric envelope of this planet, the dragon will asphyxiate,
Yeah.
and the people on the ship won't because they have an air envelope around the ship.
That's
So,
cool.
no, the dragons are faster than they are, but they can fly high enough to get into vacuum, and the dragons can't. Of course, if they light you on fire before you get there, you're out of luck.
Well, yeah. Still, we need to deal with dragons first, right?
Well,
Yep.
yeah, you have a fleet showing up soon, and another fleet wanting to sink you, and dragons on both sides. So, although something you might want to think about, uh, while the fleets are fighting, that means they're all right here. You could let those guys fight it out, and you could take a flying ship to the gold mine while they're fighting with each other.
Yep.
Trust me, I had already thought of that one.
Just a thought.
Yep.
However,
And
these are
do a
your
picked-
choices.
Let's do a picked crew to man the flying ship and take that suggestion.
Mhm.
Yep.
Okay. Well, the okay. Now then, something else about Spelljammer ships. The one you got can haul 30 ton of cargo, and you have a crew of 15 people. Now, with 15 people flying through wild space, this ship has enough air for 120 days. If you have more people than that, you run out of breathable air sooner. Okay? So you know. And the ship is designed to be run with, well, as I said, 15 people.
Right. Well, none of the constructs breathe.
No, they do not. However, the constructs inform you that they won't be going on this mission. They have to go back to the island and get started on a different job. So, but they trust you to deliver their half of the stardust.
Well, ever busy constructs.
Yep.
Our good friends.
So, they're going to head back to the island if you want, or if you're going along with this deal. The lady construct, Geometra, she has people from the island who work for her as the crew, but she is willing to set some of them down on your ship in exchange for some of your crew if you feel it necessary. If
Well,
not,
they are your people, and they're not pirates.
no, they're not. They're. But by the way, just so you know, your two pixies that are on your crew,
Yeah.
they don't breathe as much air as one person. You could have 14 people and 10 pixies.
Oh, hell no.
And still be within the 15-man limit. But
Well, we're going to take our two pixies with us. Not 10, but 2.
Okay.
We're going to take the one female assassin.
You have 5 to choose from.
I know, but one of them was going to be like the head one, whichever one that was. Like 4 were going to be prostitutes and like the servant.
Well, they came aboard as 5 ugly prostitutes. 2 half-orcs, 2 hobbits, and 1 gnome. The head girl out of the bunch of them is one of the half-orcs. So she would be the primary one. So she will come with you. The others will stay on board your
right.
Your Corsair.
And then there's 5 of us, and there are 4 of us, and the thief is 5. So that's 6 with the assassin, which means that we need 8 more. So we'll take 4 fighters and 4 thief archers.
Okay.
And that'll round out the crew.
Okay.
with 15.
Right. So. Okay. You're taking the player characters. That's the 4 of you.
Player characters, 1 assassin, 2 pixies.
Anyway, your thief,
Yeah.
and then 4 fighters.
And these guys
4
are all
rogues.
Yeah, these guys are all defense fighters, like me.
Right. And 1 assassin. Okay. Right.
No, well, I'm going to change that.
Okay.
We're going to take fucking 2 fighters and 2 thieves.
Mhm.
Are 2 of the artificers
Mhm.
and 2 of the gnomes.
Okay.
That are our carpenters.
Okay.
Well, 1 carpenter, 1 blacksmith.
Mhm. Okay. Right. Okay.
That way we can repair the fucker.
Mhm. Right. Okay.
Oh, and we're taking all of the good fucking ammunition for the ballista. The Greek fire, the Autolux freezing spheres, and the other 4 that you told me, and I
the
forgot
acid.
about. Acid, yeah.
There's 2 Autoluki freezing spheres and 4 acids. You're taking those and the Greek fire ones with you. Got it.
Yep.
Now then,
And those special splitting ballista
ballistic.
bolts with yeah.
Yep. By the way, something that I actually was able to look up in the astral encounters. Oddly enough, they have specifics for ballistas and catapults and things. I've been way too nice to you people. The light ballista they has a range of 480 feet, and it does 3d10 damage. And the medium catapults have a range of 800 feet, and
All right, I'll be right back.
They do 5d10 damage.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, and also this particular model of ship has a ram on the front. When you ram another Spelljammer ship, it does 16 d10 worth of damage. However, your ship takes half damage as well. So if you're ramming people, you're going to hurt them, but you're also going to damage yourself a bit too.
Okay.
Anyway. And it has, as part of the ship, one ballista and two medium catapults and the ram.
Running.
So
Yeah. Tell me about it. Later.
so
Okay.
and like I said, it has 120 days worth of air. So you can essentially fly for 4 months without having to recharge your air supply.
Yep. We just need to suck another ship for air.
Yeah. Or go to a planet that has a breathable atmosphere and you can swoop down
Yep.
and just, get fresh air that way. That's the way most folks do it.
Yep.
We also have a druid. We might get
Mhm.
lots and lots of fucking potted plants.
Yeah.
Yeah.
hmm Anyway, but
Why not?
and you'll have to start learning about wild space and what's out there once you leave your planet. You know,
Yep.
but you will learn how to become space pirates now.
Okay. We need to finish our land piracy stuff and then.
Yep. So, okay. Well, we are right. Okay. Well, yeah. In an hour or two, the Red Dragon's fleet will show up, and so will the rest of your fleet. None of them know about the flying ship, so I will need a few rolls from.
Oh, and
Let's see.
Glenn, we
Yeah.
are taking off for the mines, and our ship is going to the rendezvous
Okay.
without us.
Without you. Okay. Uh,
And we have, at least I have, taken and moved all of my valuable stuff to the flying ship.
okay. Right. Okay. Well, then, they're going to go to the rendezvous. Are you sending the sea serpent lure with them?
Yes, we are.
Okay.
Yep.
So, the basic plan is when they rendezvous with the White Dragon's fleet and the Red Dragon's fleet comes after them, they are to run and to dump sea serpent lure on the other ships and then try and lead them away and let the sea serpents attack them.
Yep.
Yes.
That is what we are planning on doing. Okay. And you and the aforementioned people
There's not enough room to do that maneuver, Bill.
With all our valuables, move to another.
Okay. Well, then, it will be the player characters and Mr. Poundfoot, 2 fighters, 2 rogues, 1 assassin, 2 artifactors, and 2 of your gnomish rogues that are part of your small boat crew that have half of them as artifactors and half as rogues. Actually, those would probably be 1 rogue and 1 artifactor out
Well,
of.
right, but they were also supposed to be a carpenter and a blacksmith.
Those were the artisans. You said you wanted 2 of your artisans, 1 carpenter and 1 blacksmith.
I thought there was a difference between what.
Okay, artisans. Artisans is a category, just like rogue or fighter
Right.
is.
I thought artifactor and artisan were different.
Ah, okay. Right. Okay, sure. Then you'll have 2 rogue artifactors and 2 human artisans. Okay, yeah, they are different. Okay. You're going with 2 of the artifactors off of your gnomish boat then. Okay.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, just misunderstood you is all. But
Yeah, no
okay.
worries.
Okay, you're going to have the 4 of you and Jake, 2 other fighters, 2 other rogues, an assassin, 2 artisans, and 2 gnomish artifactors, and Geometra to fly the thing. So, and just checking.
And until we drop the constructs off, they're here too, right?
They're here too. Yeah, you're supposed to drop them off back at the island. And for that matter, the rest of her crew would like to be dropped off back there as well. Her subjects.
Right.
So you'll have a double crew for this endeavor. On the other hand, it won't take you that long to fly back to the island once you're done either. Drop them off and leave from there. So, with the crew you plan on taking with you.
Okay.
Well then, since none of you guys are going to be at the main naval battle, that's all handled by your DM. And you guys are going to give the remaining people on your crew orders, appoint somebody as temporary captain, and tell them you'll be back. Kind of like Arnold Schwarzenegger. Yeah. And then you guys are going to fly off while they fly towards the battle.
Yep.
Okay. Now, where you are would be about half a day's sailing east of the continent of Southland. So that means You're flying faster than sailing ships. That means you'll show up about an hour after dawn at where the mine is. And you'll be sailing from the east towards the west. So they'll be looking into the sunrise.
Perfect.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yep. How natural 100 switch campaign totally.
Fuck yeah. Well, we wanted to go spell jamming. The hell we are.
Yep.
Yep. But I want before that get some gold extra to what I have.
Well,
Yep.
we're here. We're going to a gold mine, Constantine. What more do you want?
Yep. By the way, just as DM to players, you guys told me you wanted Spelljammer, so I got this. But what we are going to do is you guys are going to go on the Spelljammer mission to the other star system and back. At the completion of that mission, you guys will get the ship. And then I want to fold this dungeon down and start Constantine's. So
Okay.
Sounds
that
good.
should be sometime around the middle of July,
Okay.
give or take. So if you can be ready by then,
I can be ready, but you need to start prepare your character.
yeah, I need to start preparing a character. Yes. Now I got to figure out what I want to do.
I'm going to be a monk rogue.
Uh-huh.
So those are taken.
Okay. Well, I'll figure something out. Possibly a hobbit bard or a dwarf fighter or cleric. Always had good luck with dwarves.
I'm going to be a rat.
Yeah. I did
My
a
name-
dwarf bard one time.
Nice.
It was tons of fun.
My name is Splinter.
Okay.
Yep. Anyway.
I have 4 pet turtles.
Yep. And they all know Kung Fu.
No, they're just turtles.
They're just
Yeah,
turtles.
They just turtle.
With Italian names.
Yep. Yep.
And
Oh,
you
well.
and one more stuff for my campaign.
Mhm.
Better if you have some goals, something that you want to achieve, and you just write it in your characters.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
Like, I want to track down the guy that killed my father, and
Yeah. As option.
Well, I've got to regain my honor after being betrayed by my best friend.
Okay.
or maybe I'd have to want to rescue the princess and marry the beautiful princess. But I'll figure out some goal for my character as well as a character class and a species.
Yeah.
But I got a month to do it, so more or less. Anyway,
Is this going to be held around the same time as our regular game today?
Yeah.
yeah. The only difference is I'm going to be one of you guys as a player character, and Constantine is going to be the one DMing it.
Yep.
Yep.
Well,
But
I hate to say it, but I don't think I'll be able to join you.
oh. Mm-hmm.
It is what it is.
Yeah.
Well, I thank you, but this the time I have right now, it just cuts right in the middle of my Saturday,
Right. Hmm.
and it's just not feasible for me at the moment.
Right.
Mm,
I
It's
thank
part
you
of
though.
life.
I'm sorry to hear that. Anyway, I'm a gray-haired old geezer, and I'm retired, so it really doesn't matter what day I do most things. You know, my schedule's pretty flexible, but all the rest of
Understand that.
you are young and you got jobs and shit like that. So,
Yeah,
you
Right.
know,
but we choose Saturday because we all have jobs, and Saturday is day when usually people not work. But
yeah,
again,
Except for me.
Yeah.
yeah,
mm,
I
yeah,
get that, and it's best for the rest of the group since you, Constantine, Roma, it's the best time for you since you're over in Eastern Europe.
mhm,
Mm.
yep.
I get
yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah. Different time zones are a bitch.
Right.
I
Uh,
mean,
If you want to meet a real bitch, you ought to meet my first ex-wife.
yeah.
uh, okay.
I've met your ex. Anyway,
I can ask which of them or all of them.
I specified my first one. My second one really wasn't a bitch. She
yeah,
was just fucking nuts.
yeah.
Mm,
That was my first wife. She was crazy, but that's okay.
Mine tried to stab me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Mm.
yeah.
And you know what my good friend Constantine asked me when I told him that my wife tried to stab me?
What did he
He
say?
said, "What did you do?"
Yeah. Well, you pissed her off. That's what you did. I could have answered that question. Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, that's true. I did.
That's not a specific answer, but it does answer the question. Okay, well then, all of that stuff notwithstanding, you guys are going to go and attack a gold mine. Do keep in mind that it is a gold mine and there are guards. So,
Not for long.
Yep.
Yeah, well, it's expected to be guarded.
okay.
Well, this seems like a great place to wrap it up because I've got to go into the office now, and you all remember how that went last week.
Right.
Ah,
Mm.
Okay. Well,
If you
then.
want to play me as an NPC, I can leave the phone on
Mhm.
and keep the StreamYard running. But
yeah. Better we
Well,
just push
we
it
can
to
fold
next
it up
time.
here and then start with you guys' attack
Yep.
with a flying ship on a dragon-owned gold mine. So yeah, and then you get to go and raid the Construct Empire.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, sounds exciting.
Mhm.
This
But,
campaign is surely taking us hell of places.
Oh
Cross
yeah,
dimensions,
well,
underwater. Now we're going to outer space.
well, that's what happens when you use magic. You go all kinds of weird places.
No
Okay.
one to blame. Yeah, no one to blame except us.
Okay. Well, like I said, uh,
Send.
Normal people
This
live all their lives within their village, and
yeah,
yeah, that's it.
and they don't have this stuff happen. They don't get burned to a crisp by dragons or any of that fun
Yeah.
stuff. Or
This is my first campaign. I'm used to the water deep realm. I guess it is.
Mhm.
So that's what I was thinking. But silly me.
Well, one of the problems of computerized D&D, and it's the same thing as if you play this way but with pre-gen modules, they're not as flexible as the home brewed kind like I've been doing. So
True.
yeah, there's more spontaneity with the home brewed ones, you know. But
Indeed so.
mhm. Anyway, we'll fold it up here today, and next Saturday we'll start with you guys attacking the mine. If any of you can get a hold of Spelljammers in between then and now, yeah, you can read the Astral Adventurer's Guide. That's tell you the basics of spell jamming. But
Okay.
basically, using the flying ship you got here, it's going to be about a 3-week voyage to get to the other star system and about 3 weeks back, not counting any, well, you know, flying around and adventuring you do while you're there.
Mhm.
But and there are adventures or encounters that happen in wild space and that kind of stuff as well, astral creatures and other things that you might run into. Anyway, have fun. You guys have a good weekend, and I'll talk to you next Saturday.
Okay.
Okay, talk to you.
Bye
Have
bye.
a nice visit to office, Bill.
Yeah.
Have a nice weekend, people. Talk to you all. Bye bye.
Okay.
Yeah. Bye
Goodbye.
bye.
All.
Bye.
Goodbye. All right. Let me turn this around. No marriage, no cohabitation, and no new children. If Hemi was here, he'd say, "Don't bring your fucking girlfriends around here, eh? You got a joint?" And that would be about all. So be good to each other. Avoid usury and indentured servitude. And I make house for normal men. And I will catch you on the road tomorrow. Tomorrow may be the golden age of MGTOW, but probably not. But we know it's in the future. Peace out, brothers. Bye bye.